All right, Chris, so we are now live, right? Okay. Why are you going to mute Slack? Oh, because we, gotcha. You're gonna mute right there. Yeah, it looks like it. Yes. Okay, but you want me to go to YouTube? I mean, I should. Okay. Test. No, but what I'm saying is, do you want me to, can you hear me? You can hear me right now, right? No. Why don't I go to YouTube? Let's just see what happens when I go to YouTube. Okay. I think we're okay. First of all, can you hear me, Chris? Okay, I'm going to mute. Okay, Okay, I've muted myself in Slack. And I've muted, and it's muted here. I'm not getting any duplication now. It's not the echo. I'm not getting any replay. Can you hear me? All right. Can you hear me now? This is really strange. Yeah, I'm going to mute here. You can't hear me. Yeah, I'm back in Slack now. You can't hear me, can you? YouTube was muted. When I launched it, it remembered that I had muted it the last time, so it was muted. But okay, let me mute. Okay, let me mute Slack again. Okay, I'm going to mute Slack again. Yeah, and we know that. Okay, so let me. Okay, I'm going to mute Slack now, and then I'm going to start talking. Okay, Chris. So I'm talking now in well, just in stream. So let me know if you can hear me, and because I have no echo on my end now. I'm fine. So if you can hear me, in fact, I'm just going to type it into the chat. Can you hear me? Okay. Okay, and then I can just pop out, just like before. Okay, and Anthony, I know, Anthony, we're testing this morning, trying to get this running. We're trying another type of a streaming product to get onto YouTube, so we're doing an early morning test. So bear with us. Okay, so now if I want to mute, now if I now that doesn't mean my music, I hope. let me see, because that would be a deal breaker. Yeah, okay. Okay, so I'm playing my music now. You can't hear it, I hope. Okay, so you didn't hear my music. All right, and then, okay, so now the only other issue is when you guys want to take over within Stream. Okay, then I just have to mute within Stream when you guys take over. There is quite a delay, Chris. Yeah. Yeah, right there. Yeah. There is quite a delay, Chris. So when we're okay. All right. Well, then I think what I'll do then is I'll just continue. I'm going to leave it up and running right now. I'm going to put stream on mute so nobody will hear me. And I guess we're good to go. Yeah. Okay. Okay, Chris. Um, Sounds good. The only issue is, I mean, when we're talking right now, you're hearing me 10 seconds later or so. Is that correct? Hmm. That's weird because that means because the whole idea of coming into stream for several people is to be able to talk to each other. If we're going to get a 10-second delay, that doesn't make sense, right? Right. Okay. Well, let's. Okay, I'm going to put myself on mute in Streamyard. I'm going to keep it up and running and share a screen a little bit down the road. Excuse me. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I see it here. Funny, I don't. Oh, it's on the 29th. That's why. So I guess it's included today. Now, the one. Yeah, but now, Chris, now I'm getting the feedback. Uh, how about now? Can you guys still hear me now? Not using Crisp right now. No, I'm going to start. Excuse me. I'm going to start a little bit later. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? No, guys, I'm sorry. I know it's confusing as heck. This is the main room. This is no issue. We're trying to get this YouTube room working at the same time. Okay, so you can hear me. All right. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And I don't have my feedback. Okay. Okay, thank you, Chris. I don't know what you did. We'll have to figure out. I don't know what you did, but thank you. Okay, guys, back to taking a look at what is moving in the pre-market. BNTX is another earnings play. BNTX is another earnings play. Big gap up, 6%, 240 million. So it's a big float, but it is a nice big earnings play. Of course, a big virus play. And there was one other. Was it SNOA? SNOA? SNOA that I saw this morning? SNOA. Yes, so they are launching their product in, looking at the headlines, New Zealand, Australia, and South Africa. Okay, so SNOA. So what I was going to say with the VIR, the inclusion into the S&P. So a couple of days ago, Sono did the same thing. All right, it was virtually the same. Sono had a big after hours pop when it was announced. The next day, it kind of held that pop, and then it wasn't straight up, but it had a nice move. Let's see if we can see that move for Sono. Well, I'm not saying the same thing is going to happen with. Yeah, so I think this was it. Maybe it was even there. We go. See, there was the announcement. So this was on. Right there is the after hours action. Sono popped up. You know what? Let me get a bigger screen or a bigger chart up. I'm not saying this is going to happen with for sure with VIR, but if you take a look at Sono, okay, so you see what happened. So Sono was announced they were being added to the S&P Mid Cap 600. Okay, look how remarkably it looks like VIR held the gap pre-market and ran during the day. Okay, I'm not saying the same thing is going to happen with VIR, but it could. Okay. And again, just take a look at VIR. There's the gap holding in the pre-market. Now we just have to wait and see if it keeps going once the market opens. The reason we do YouTube is for ease of access. Yes, that's the only reason. I wish everybody would come to the main room, but that's the only reason, ease of access. If YouTube, if I could do the same as I do in this room in terms of, first of all, YouTube doesn't timestamp. It's just not set up to be a proper trading room. If it were, we'd be all over YouTube, but it's just not set up the same way. All right. 9:15. Let me quickly see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. Okay, let me get them in. All right, there are some of the upgrades. I got the downgrades in now. And William, just to put a stamp on this, the only reason I'm struggling right now is because we're changing the way in which we stream. Before it was no big deal, but we're just changing the way we're streaming, so we're going through some growing pains. To YouTube. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. And the market is going to, we're going to have a negative open. Oh, look at that SDIG. I'm not back in it, guys, but boy, it is looking juicy now. We'll have to see what happens when this market opens. I'm not back in it. I sometimes in the pre-market, these things can be pretty whippy. And I looked at also the float for SDIG. The float for SDIG is pretty, yeah, it's only 19 million. If that had been a bigger float, I probably would have kept it, right? But, strange things can happen, of course, with that low float. But this looks really, really juicy now, guys. I have to wait and see what happens when this market opens. And I'm talking about SDIG, SDIG. This is an earnings play. So this is the ones I absolutely love. This is obviously going to be a 10-day daily breakdown. It's a lifetime low, and it has the bad news. Bad news in that the reaction to earnings is not good, obviously. You can see the pre-market or after hours reaction right here, and it has continued down. All right, let's take a look at the sectors and see what's happening with the major sectors. My guess, oil was up this morning, so we might say 100% of the energy stocks up this morning that make up XLE, it's only 50-50. Oh, no, it's 100%. All right, that's what I thought because oil was up this morning. Okay, so what you're seeing here, if you're new to this, what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. So for instance, this is XLE. This is the major ETF for energy. These are the stocks that make it up. That 100%, what that means is that 100% of them are up from yesterday's close, okay? Up from yesterday's close. So when we look at the other sectors, there is no other sector that is really strong this morning, really, okay? Materials, 60%, but nothing extraordinarily strong other than energy. So again, it depends what happens, in the next half hour. We look at this, it could change, but right now, if you're looking for an energy play, you're on the right side of what the market in theory is going to do for a while anyway. Okay. But we'll look at this probably half an hour or an hour from now and just see what sort of changes there are. No, Paul, this is a free room. You don't even have to be a member of Trade Ideas. This is a free room. Why free, you say? Well, we use it for marketing. So you have to put up with me maybe 2 or 3 times a day talking about how to take out a subscription, etc. But other than that, this is a totally free room. Okay, maybe I don't understand. Oh, I see. I see. No, that's standard service. All you have to do is go to our toolbar, click on New, and then Dock Channel Bar, and then here are all the channels. Okay, and one of the channels is the sector status channel. So it's part of the standard service. Okay. Chewy, guys, chewy, CHWI, making its way down again. Now, to me, there looks like there's pretty good support around that 41 level. Okay, but it is moving down. You can see the gap down after hours on earnings. All right. And now it's continuing down here. Yeah, that IGMS is interesting. As Real pointed out this morning, they did a financing. Was it $23? Yeah. Did they do a I can't see the, all I see is the target raised to 30 from 25. Yeah, right. I'm sure they must have. Where do you see that financing news for IGMS? I don't see that financing news for IGMS. I'm sure it must be there. You wouldn't have said that. And at 23, so I mean, this has shrugged it off. Yeah. If that financing's at 23, versus this was the huge one yesterday. Well, they're raising money. I mean, okay, you call it what you want. They're raising money. Interesting. I don't see that in my IB headline news. Interesting. You're usually pretty on top of all that. Meanwhile, guys, GME. No, I did pretty well in this one yesterday. Just a quick, it was a quick hitter. We were talking about this one yesterday. If it broke out of this channel area, got up to that 182 mark, 183. So it had a nice run from about 183 all the way up to 195. I kind of captured, I always like to say, I kind of captured the middle 2/3 of that. And then, of course, it fell down. Now it's starting to really give it up. Have to see what happens now. The 200-day moving average is 164. Will that hold it today? Notice yesterday it got to the 200-day moving average, and then it kind of popped right off it. Nine, 999. So you were moving also. No, if you don't have audio, you said they had no audio. CV. CV, you may have to do a refresh. One of the meta stocks, MTTR, on the way down here. MTTR, one of the meta stocks. Trying to see if there's any news here. Yeah, MTTR is getting hit a little bit here, guys. I'm seeing any specific news. Though I do see that, boy, I don't know who's got Kathy Wood's fund, but man, oh man. I guess she bought on Monday, MTTR. Well, TRD, there is a reason for ADGI moving. All you got to do is look at the news. It just says stock jumps as the company says it will seek authorization for COVID-19 antibody treatment. Now, whether you think it should be moving like it is because of that news, as you know, it doesn't matter what we think. But I mean, so they did put out a press release. So that is the reason. Sometimes we see these moves and we can't find any reason at all. Well, the MTTR is just really drifting down, guys. Give me a moment here. Where are you? The other big meme stock was a meme stock a few months ago, actually probably a year ago now. Man, time flies. But MVIS is drifting down now also. Yeah, let it open, Adrian. Adrian, yeah. I mean, I would not dive into this until it opens. I mean, it's drifting down a little bit here. We also have them as an earnings play too. So it's also an earnings play. So not only did they release that news about their drug, but it's also an earnings play, ADGI. Well, one focus I got is a reshort maybe of SDIG. Okay, that's right in my wheelhouse. Okay, David, that's what I'm looking at. I've already I shorted it pre-market, covered it. I'm not in it anymore, but I am looking for a further breakdown. It's an earnings play, all-time low. Those are the ones I really love to concentrate on. All right, guys, so the market's going to open in about 10 seconds. I'm going to put the noise canceling feature on again. I've got my I'm still in my 90 minutes a day trial. It didn't seem to be working for YouTube. That's the issue, and I don't really know what to do about it. I've contacted them; they're not sure. So, all right, guys, we are now open. So Chewy is kind of hanging in here. No big drop yet. All right, so there you go, guys. So there, Adrian. I mean, I'd be really reluctant. Don't you? I would not. I would not buy this right now. I shouldn't say that. I mean, it's up to you. It's up to you what you do. But I mean, just look what's happened. I mean, it's been drifting down. I'd be waiting for some kind of a base. The RCT guys. Wow, look at this. Still running hard here. This is an earnings play. Running hard, all-time high. DRCT. Even a red bar ignored. If Senna is in the room, there is a classic red bar ignored right there. If you're in the room, we talked about that yesterday. But again, it's early, and I'm not going to chase this. See if it has any sort of a pullback. If it doesn't, it's just going to run without me. Oh, do I think DNA? I have no idea if DNA will continue its run. I know it had earnings. So had earnings yesterday, or the reaction to earnings was yesterday, did very well. No idea if it's going to continue its run though. I mean, when you look at DNA, the 463, and what did it get to? It got right to that level, and that's where it stopped. Look at the daily chart. There's a lot of resistance right where it stopped, and there's a little more resistance on top of that. So, man, oh man, that well, now Hood. Look at Hood, guys. Remember all the excitement about Hood yesterday because they were going to expand their trading hours and with the hope of maybe someday going 24/7, but they expanded their trading hours, so that popped that stock, I think about 20 odd percent. But starting to drift down now. Yeah, but it's going the other way. So it's bouncing. Yeah, so I'm glad I got out of my short. I'll look at the topping tails, look at the bottoming tails for GME. Got up to 178, was down at 171. I mean, this has such a wide range. Look at the true range now, $18. About before this big run, the average true range was about 10. And this is how, this is 18, it's an $18 range on average now. So if you can ever, time it, it's not easy, but if you can ever time it, I mean, you've got some wild swings in this. All right, what's the market doing? So the NAS is down, Dow's down, so there's no disconnect right now. So this Rev B was halted for news. RAVB was halted before the market opened for news. All right, now this is becoming a little more interesting to me. Okay, if it starts to base here a little bit, even if it pulls back maybe to that 5 level and holds and then starts to run again. I don't like trading in the first, excuse me, I don't like trading in the first 15 minutes. This is an earnings play, guys. I mean, it's not a lot of volume yet, but Calm, CALM, is an earnings play, and it's not quite an all-time high, 2-year high, but it's had a great month. Meanwhile, guys, Hood is just getting trashed here a little bit. All right, so the canvas plays. I don't know what happened yesterday. You guys in the States, what happened in your House of Reps? Did they send it? Are they sending it to the Senate now? Did it pass? What was the outcome? I'm just looking at the cannabis plays right now. Let's take a look at MJ. Because anybody fill me in on what happened? Well, MJ is not moving, so Tilray seems to be moving on its own. Oh, it's today. I thought somebody said it was yesterday. Okay, my apologies. I thought it was yesterday. Hmm. So it was supposed to be yesterday, so it delayed until. Okay, thank you, Gerald. All right, so DRCT did pull back to 5. Now SDIG, this will get interesting for me again if it gets underneath 7. Just stick an alert around 684 or so. I want to see if it takes out 7 in a big way. Okay, guys, I promise not to dwell too much on this, but I'm going to tap on my desk a little bit. I've got the sound. What I really want to see if the guys can hear it in YouTube though. Okay, so I'm going to tap. I'm going to pound my desk a little bit. So let me know in the main room. I don't think you can hear this, or it must be very faint. But how about in YouTube? Just doing a tap on my desk. Just stopped. I'm doing this for real, of course, because he used to always say tap, tap, tap. Oh, Todd, excellent. No audio of tapping. Oh, well, how come Todd says he didn't hear it and David said he could hear it? Driving me crazy. Okay, this is what again, I do apologize, guys, because I'm testing this, and I'll tell you what the program is, Christine. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to try it again. Okay, and I'm going to tap, and just if you can't hear me in YouTube, just say no, no, no. Otherwise, say yes. Okay. So I just want to see a stream like that. So I'm going to tap now. Okay, I've stopped tapping. So if I see a bunch of so no means you didn't hear me, yes means you heard me, and that's in YouTube. I know you guys. I know you guys here cannot hear me. Don't be so confused, Bob. It's not. If you only heard one tap, then that's amazing. Okay, I think the canceling is working. Okay, that's enough. I'm not going to dwell on it anymore. So Christine, this is what I'm using. It's called crisp.ai. Okay. And you get 90 minutes free a day. And I've got 78 minutes left on the free. Again, I'm just testing this. It doesn't cost much. It's at $60 for the year. I want it all day. All right, guys. Ooh, look at this estig now. Look at the estig now. No idea what I got, Panda. Probably NVIDIA, but I have no idea. Okay, should be watching this VIR. I mean, I got too distracted. Son of a. All right, guys. Well, anyway, we talked about this in the pre-market. We said watch it, watch it, watch it. The market that's at 9:15, and it is moving just like Sono did. Just like Sono did. It was added to the S&P Small Cap 600 and happened after hours yesterday. That was the announcement. And we said, you know what? Once the market opens, it could start to move, and it did. Oh, I see what you mean, Panda. All right, guys, keep an eye on the VYNT. VYNT is an earnings play. The volume is coming in. It's a low float, 24 million in the float. More than likely, this will easily trade the float today. It's already traded 9 million shares, 24 millions in the float. 185 now. It's a 3-month high. When we look left on the monthly chart, what do we see? We see 197. So, I mean, 197.2 could block it. If it can get through that, then 324 is the next high in the monthly chart. Let's take a look on the weekly chart to see what sort of. So yeah, 227. Yeah, I mean between here and 227. I mean, listen, if it got to 227 from 184, that'd be awesome in terms of a percentage move, but it may just get stuck at 2. Do that, Panda, just to see. Give me a moment, guys. I am just making an adjustment on one of my scans. All right. Well, I mean, look at XPAV guys. XPAV on the move here. XPAV trying to eat. If it gets through here, I mean, this has been very whippy. It looks a lot like KWeb. If you look at the chart of KWeb, it'll look a lot like this chart here. I'm looking at KWeb, and KWeb is starting to move here. This is trying to. I call it. If you want to follow the China stocks, I think this is about as one of the good ones to follow. KWeb. So if you're into China stock, keep an eye on what KWeb is doing. Whoa, we're getting a downturn in AMC now, guys. AMC. Is this going to be it for a while? 2610 was the low yesterday. My guess is that GME is also moving down. Yeah, I'm gonna have to leave this SDIG alone. It was underneath 7 for a bit, and now it is not. So, wow, AMC is just picking up steam here, guys, on the way down, as is GME. I'm not in, well, I'll look at HYMC. Those are the three that really moved. For HYMC is what at 2 now. Actually, it's not horrible. And that little hood rat is on the way down also, guys. So the low yesterday was 1310. So that's got a ton of room still. If it wants to move, keep moving down. That's HOOD, of course. And thank you for that, Panda. I'll take a look. All right, guys, this is a gap up and go, for AMBC. And look at the room it's got. Is it it's not an earnings play. So it's a financial. That's a big gap. A gap up and go. That is for AMBC. China stock on the way up. BEKE. And a lot of the China stocks are going to have a pattern that looks just like this on the daily chart. You know, what really has to happen is has to break out one way or the other. Excuse me, not just BEKE, but the China stocks have to break out one way or the other. The other being the downside, there is more room underneath. Wow, hood, HOOD. I did not take it. Okay, so this DO, this an IPO? I don't know what this is. I don't know if it's a symbol name change or an uplifting to Nasdaq. I really don't know what the story is on DO. I can't see any news on it. I mean, this is the first daily candle for it. All right, so what is the market doing? Market is trying to put in a green bar here. So the Dow's gone positive actually. Now Nas is down a little, SPY's down a little. Ooh, hopefully nobody was in this Rev B. My goodness. So it got halted for news and big drop here. The news came out. Hopefully nobody was in this one. Look what it was doing yesterday. No clue that this was going to happen. Mrs. Primary Endpoint, AMBC guys continues. Oh, it's through 10 also now. Maybe watch for a little pull. Well, may not. I'm gonna say watch for a little pullback, maybe to the 10 level, slight base, and then a pop. It may not do that though. Yeah, I have an alert for SDIG about 680, I think. And it might have even triggered, but it moved pop right back up. I'm gonna reset the alert. Maybe later on in the day it'll take it out, but yeah, right now it's just kind of all over the place. Guys, for those of you who weren't in the room later on in the day, okay, I'm just looking at another halt here for DO. For those of you who weren't in the room later on in the day, we finally, not available yet to our customers, but we're testing it. We finally have tick charts. Okay, finally. So no more 8-second refresh. And you can, well, hopefully you can see what's happening on the screen. You can see the prices moving like normal charting. So we finally have it. We're still in test phase. We just have to make sure that when we unleash it to the thousands of customers that we have, and this is a lot more data now for our servers. So, we're internally checking it to make sure nothing goes awry. Call it real time chart. I just call it real time. Okay, real time charts. All right. Well, there's the AGGI trying to go. Again, I mean, our charts were real time. When you clicked on an alert, that was the price. That was a real time price. The issue was, though, that it would take 8 seconds to refresh. Never bothered me because, again, I was always looking at my order entry anyway, if I wanted to take the trade or not. So it didn't really bother me that much. But anyway, bottom line is now they are what I'll call true real time charts now. So it's a lot more data. Yeah. I don't know. Well, they're okay. I call it tick. I mean, tick by tick, whatever you want to call it. I call it real time charts. Whoa, there's the S-Dig again, but man, oh man, it's been. So maybe I'm using the wrong terminology. I mean, you guys are talking about tick. I just call them true real-time charts, okay? Because you're asking me, can I set the number of orders in the tick? No. Look at Tiva, guys. So Tiva now is through the 200-day moving average. That had an interesting day yesterday. It got to the 200-day and it pulled back. It's slightly under the 200-day right now. 899 is the 200-day. The VWAP is 906. And this had very important day in April 27th. It has earnings. My birthday. Um, it's the next high looking left. 933 is the next high looking left. Boy, if it gets through that 933, 937. Why, Vicky? Why? It's just some people complain because they shrink their the chat, and so you get this word wrap happening. That's all. I think you're way better as Vicky. There you go. Look how easy that was. Now you're professional. You see, Vicky, people will take you more seriously. Shoot, DRCT actually reversed. It's a gap up on reverse, but there are no shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. Tap, 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 tap. BNDT, what the heck are you doing? High yesterday was 514, 515, so that's that high. And looking left, 508, looking left again, 517, 525. Boy, if it could ever get through all this, it's got some room to run. BNDT. Interactive Broker did not accept my application from Canada. What do you mean by that? Are you Canadian? Have you got some kind of a criminal past? I'm just kidding, but seriously, that doesn't make sense. I'm in Canada, and I was kidding. Criminal past, okay. I'm kidding. I shouldn't have said that. I mean, they actually just flat out rejected you. You got to call them then. You've got to call them. It doesn't make sense. Let's take a look at Neil from Shady. Neil, of course, was a big one from yesterday, actually on a rebound. All right, now this A and B C is getting a little more interesting to me. If it takes out 10-10, all right, I'm going to see if it takes out 10-10. It is sitting at 10, 995, takes out 10-10. Might get it running again. Guys, I got to tell you about a product I just bought. Just give me a moment. Nope, I'm not usually into the product endorsement, but this Logitech MX keys keyboard, very cool. Okay, you hover over it and the backlighting comes on. Very cool. It has some kind of a sensor. It's built like a like a tank. It's expensive. I mean, for a keyboard, it is expensive. And man, what a pleasure to use. Boy, if you had shorts for DRTC, there are no shorts available at Interactive Brokers. There it is, Logitech MX keys. All right, I had an alert set for WLMS for some reason. Oh yeah, look at this. Look at this. If it can take this out, 224. Look at WLMS if it can take out 224, guys. I mean, look at the room looking left. The only issue is that, yeah, there's no volume. That's too bad. There's just no volume. Yeah, I got the mouse also, Michael. So I decided to pair it. Yeah, I got the mouse. Awesome. I'm afraid to look at VIR. Oh, so you shorted it? All right, guys. Do I dare reshort this SDIG? Yeah, ISIG. Well, look at. I know somebody mentioned it early. It might have been even the pre-market. Yeah, this was a crazy one. From 3 months ago, got up to what, $36 or so. Came all the way back down, of course. Had a little bit of action yesterday. Could not get through that 200-day moving average, and now it is ISIG. Now we have 920,000 in the float. Okay, so I know people get a little upset at our float information sometimes, but I guarantee if you went to 10 different sites, you'd probably get 10 different numbers. Very difficult sometimes to get true float information on these little ones. But, and coupled with, again, that short float, we have 50%. So look at it go. That's it. I mean, the very low float, high short float percent. Um, I don't see any specific reason for it, and maybe just traders are saying, you know what, they started yesterday, and let's do it again today. I don't see any specific reason for this move. You got 930. Okay, okay, that's good. Which is insanely low, guys. Insanely low. So I mean, if you're going to take this trade, I jokingly say you cannot leave you cannot leave. Okay, you got to watch this because as fast as this goes up, it can even go down faster. And this is ISIG. The next high looking left, 1480. It looks like that's the next high looking left right here. Because all traders are looking at is this, 3 months ago when I got up to 36. I can't even remember the reason, probably no reason. All right, so I did try to take a short of SDIG and I couldn't get it. I mean, there's lots of shares available, but the uptick rule, I was sitting at 680 and it wouldn't fill me. I just don't want to chase it down. I mean, listen, it may be catastrophically down, but this will probably show up in the 10-day daily breakdown. But what has to happen? Time is that? The relative volume obviously is fine, but it has to also be 40 cents below the open. Where was the open? Looks around 699. So That's one of the filters in place, so it's got to be 40 cents below, say 7. So it's got to get down to about 660. If this hits 660, this will show up in the 10-day daily breakdown. Problem is, I could not get it because of the uptick rule. They just showed up 669. Okay, it did just show up. Boy, that GME, I mean, if you can time some of this, I mean, I'm not great at timing stuff like that, but boy, the low was 168. It's 174 now. Looks like it's really trying to recover here. Yeah, ADGI not higher. And wow, this is shortable also. ADGI is shortable for me. Interactive Brokers, 72,000 shares available. Almost a green bar ignored right here. This is making its way down. One more little pop down. I get turfed out of this short I got on AGGI. Just watching this right here. It's not quite a green bar ignored, but very close. The AGGI, it's not classically one because that the top of the candle and that 15-minute candle is not engulfed by that previous red one. It's close, but it's not. Okay, I'm out of it, guys. I took a little loss on the ADGI short. What I'm going to do here is take a look and see if it gets back down through this 520 mark again. I had a little scalp trade in it. I wanted more. I wanted to see if it got close to 5. It did not. So, all right, how's my watch list doing? Red bar ignored, Todd. Red bar ignored. Okay, so it wasn't quite a red bar ignored. I'm sorry, green bar. In this case, it was a green bar ignored. If I bring up a big chart, somebody asked what this terminology means. All right, so you see that green candle right there. All right, now a true green bar ignored would be there's a red candle. If that green candle was totally engulfed by that previous red candle, that would be what's called and then the next candle is red. That would be called a green bar ignored. So just think of it like this: you have a downward trend, a pause in the trend, continuation in the trend down. Okay, that's all. That's all it means. Green bar ignored. But to be a true one, that green candle would have had to been totally engulfed by that previous red candle. It doesn't matter the time frame. And the reverse, a red bar ignore, would just be this the sort of, well, just the reverse. If you had an uptrend and then you had a red bar totally engulfed by the previous green candle, and then the next candle is green, then that would be what's called a red bar ignored. Just think about it. Just the pause is is there a pause in the trend and then the continuation? Could be red, could be green. Doesn't matter the time frame. Well, let's dig is I don't know. It doesn't have that look about it. We'll see. I'm keeping an eye on it to see if it takes out that 669 again. That I actually got the alert at 669 on the 10-day daily breakdown. It just doesn't, for these for me anyway, the way they really work well, of course, is that you get the alert and there's no pop at all. You don't like a 20-cent pop. It just even I'm not saying it has to drop 20 cents immediately, but it just has to kind of stay there. And the fact that it did this also does not look great. Got up to 750. So this is not what I would call a wonderful 10-day daily breakdown trade, even though it seems to fit all the everything that I like about it. All-time low, earnings. And the thundering hooves. Of course, with my noise canceling on now, you did not hear Chloe this morning. Yeah, that was a heck of a bounce from 67 to 118. Yeah, I don't play these ones under a dollar, but definitely a heck of a bounce. Good for you. Yeah, I don't like this set stake. It's just not dynamic enough on the way down. So, all right, I'm re-looking at ADGI. All right, Glob just got halted. GLOB just got halted for news. This is way outside the price range I trade, but it did just get halted for news. You know what's HYMC guys ain't not dead. HYMC is not dead. Compared to the other two, which are still negative, but GME has come right back, right back. Order around 179. See if it takes it out and has a run, another run. Wow, look at this lithium play. LAC on fire. So 3-day pullback on the daily chart and now on fire and almost at the 3568. 3568 is the next high looking left. Definitely keep an eye on GME, guys. If it takes out that, there's ADGI again. If it takes out that 180 mark, come on. Another cannabis play here, Canopy Growth, CGC, almost straight up on the 15s. A lot of volume coming in. Oh, ADGI, you're going to go down. Well, guys, there's the GME, guys. If the volume really starts picking up again, it pops through 180. This could have another, $4 or $5 run on it. I see. Okay, thank you, Zach, with that. Oh, close. 180 for GME. Yeah, I mean, these cannabis plays are ripping here, guys. The cannabis plays are ripping. They look obviously now somebody said they meet tomorrow and the vote is on Friday. Is that correct? What are we, Wednesday now? So they meet tomorrow, the vote's on Friday. That's in your house though. Of course, it's still got to get passed by the Senate, which probably, I don't know, I don't it may not pass your Senate, but obviously there's a lot of rumor going around with this. So I mean, this is actually almost at the high of when the rumor really started. Not so much a rumor. I mean, we know the vote is happening. That's not a rumor, but will it pass or not? Yeah. So that's why I'm surprised that, I mean, we're not the only ones. We're not the only smart people trade in the trade ideas room. Everybody knows that it's probably not going to pass in the Senate. So anyway, you know what, guys? This Tiva still looks pretty strong here. I was waiting for maybe a bounce off nine. Didn't really happen, but it still looks pretty strong through the 200-day moving average. And I think it's above this high right there. Not quite. So if it takes out that 938, that's the next high looking left on the daily chart. It's back in January. All right, guys, I'm just kind of watching some more thumbnail charts, seeing anything is happening. Yeah, I saw the clover, CL. I know it's not clover. I know it's cleave or whatever, but I call it clover. Okay. CLVR, it got through three. Again, another one that is, where's that 200-day moving average? Here's the VWAP, 283. DNA moving. Yeah, I mean, look at this though. It got all the way down to 425, came right back up. This is an earnings play from the 28th. The high yesterday was what? 463, so it's kind of there. I just look at this area here as maybe really stalling it though. That's kind of where it got to yesterday, and it kind of stalled there. Now, if it can take all this out, but even then, you've got a lot of resistance right around 5. Another lithium play, LTHM. Boy, this has got some room too. Well, 2681 is the next high looking left on the monthly. If it takes that out, 3169. So it's got a ton of room on the monthly chart. What do we see on the weekly? 2757. So it's not a straight shot to that 30. Let's start a rumor that AMC is buying some kind of a EV, turn it into an EV play also. Mining an EV. All right, guys, keep waiting to see if that GME really wants to pop through 180. Oh, Chloe. Man, I'm looking at you know what's really moving is this Beyond Meat still, even after that Piper Sandler slamming of it, putting a $29 price tag on it a couple of days ago. I mean, it worked for a bit, but not at all. I mean, this is just hanging in here. Beyond Meat, BYND. I don't know what's Bitcoin doing. I don't trade it, but let's take a look at what the ETF is doing for Bitcoin, BITO. And well, obviously it's down a little bit today, a little bit of a bounce, but still getting used to these tick charts. Okay, maybe not real-time charts. Maybe I'm using the wrong terminology. my watch list here, see if anything interesting happened. Not really. Today, we've had some really good alerts from the watch list the last few days. Not so much today. One of your favorite ones to short, I know, Zach, is that PAGS. All right, guys, it's a little bit late. Normally I do this around 10:20. Now, first of all, we do have this big promo on. And I said yesterday, I'm surprised. We do have a 25% promo. So if you click on my homepage, all right, if you click on my homepage, you'll see a lot of information, including how you can take out a subscription. So there is the promo, Spring Break 25 for 25% off the first month only or the entire year. Now, I don't know, it seems to be a difficult concept for some to grasp, but this is what it's all about, guys. Okay, we have four plans, an annual and a monthly, a premium and standard. So if you take out an annual, the premium is $2,000 less that 25%, brings it down to $1,500, okay? You take out a standard, it'd be 650, okay? Everybody okay so far? If you go monthly, and this is what I would recommend before you take out an annual subscription in case you don't know this product and you think, well, I want to get the best possible discount, etc. Don't have to do that. You can take out a monthly subscription for 1 month. 118, 228, less the 25%, okay? For the first month only. Now, if you maintain a monthly subscription, which is absolutely fine, going forward, this is what you would pay. But if you try us out with that 25% on the first month and you decide, man, I love it and I want to upgrade to an annual, you can do so and we'll honor the 25%. Okay. So I'm saying, if you don't know the program, you're not sure if you want it, try us out on a month, like on a month, the first month. And if within that, 30 days, you decide, yeah, I love it, I want to upgrade, we'll honor the 25%. I mean, that's it. Okay, and the difference between premium and standard is the AI. AI is finally having a little bit of activity today, not too bad. Very inactive for the last, well, probably 6 or 7 trading days. Let me get this, I'll bring this up a little bit later. Just give me a moment here. Something has happened to my price alerts. You know, okay. All right. So that's if you want to take out a subscription, this is well, it's right here. So again, spring break 25 for 25% off. Now, more information on my homepage. Moment here. So, trade of the week. This is free. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video at noon, and all the education is here. All right. However, if you're just getting started with trade ideas, that's why it's called Let's Get Started. You click on that, spend the 30 minutes, okay? Spend the 30 minutes. If you're just getting started with trade ideas, the download and installation, first startup and login. It takes about 30 minutes to go through this. Once you've done that, a lot more education is right here. We've got a great user guide. Click on that education section, click on the user guide, and you can see we have segments here, the alert windows, top list windows, how to create sound alerts, price alerts. If you want to learn more about stock racing, right here. And it's very detailed. A lot of them have videos, a lot of text and videos, okay? So this is more in depth. Daily support session. So today is Wednesday. Should be Steve Gomez in our YouTube room, okay? I monitor two rooms, the main trading room and the YouTube room. I do take a break at noon, and between 12 and 1 of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. So today is Wednesday, and again, it should be Steve Gomez. He's the originator of the trades of the week, which have been done very well for the last 4 or 5 weeks. And before I take my break, I'll put the YouTube link into the main room so you can head over there if you want to. Yeah, Nathan, it's a development version that I'm on. Okay, it's not ready for full release. That's why. But he was asking why do I still have an 8-second refresh? And the last, but if you keep going down, well, not last. Today is Wednesday, so this is the one I help out on. So we have webinars. We're on the Monday, Wednesday rotation this week. Next week it's Tuesday, Thursday. Okay, but you can sign up for them all here. This is the webinar that I help out on. It's with Dan and Brad, co-founders of Trade Ideas. And back to basics. Michael Noss, Trade Ideas, put this together. If you're new to trading, please look at this little video series he put together. Okay, starts off with what is a stock? So again, these are 3 free sections. Of course, if you want to have my scans that I'm sharing right here, you have to be a subscriber. Okay, so here are the scans that I'm sharing. You can take a look at them. So there's a lot of information on my homepage. Obviously, the getting started and these 2 sections, a lot of information. All you have to do is save my link. Then you can look at this anytime you want. Okay. Okay, for you, Anthony. Well, info on options. Okay, so somebody asked me in their YouTube room, Anthony asked before the market opened, what do you have for options? So we do have some filters, okay? There are people who say they can help trading the options. I don't trade options, but this is what we do have. If I right click, configure, search, I'm going to type in options. Okay, so we have some obvious ones. We have the put call ratio. Option volume today refers to the average number of contracts over the last 10 days. And then these are 2 obvious ones. Option volume today, total. Put volume, call volume today. This is the metric I was talking about, Anthony. Okay. Option volume today percent. So for instance, you could say something like this. Well, I only want to see stocks that have traded, say, at least 3,000 contracts a day. Okay, number one. But I want them also to be trading abnormally. So let's just say a stock normally trades 3,000 contracts over the last 10 days. If you put in the option volume today percent, you put 300, it's a ratio 300%. If you put 300% there, that stock, you would not see that stock unless it traded 9,000 contracts. Okay. So it just looks for stocks that are having an abnormal, like abnormal option activity. Now, whether that helps you trade options, I don't trade options, but we have people in our main room that do trade options that say, yeah, it can help. I mean, at least it zeroes in on stocks having abnormal option activity. Okay. So Nathan, I'm going to send you to our to the home page. Okay, my home page, and you weren't here. You had already left. I had actually answered you, but you had left. If you go to the home page, okay, and go to the guide, click on my homepage link that I just put in there. Click on the guide. Just a minute. So this is what you're going to see. So I'm sorry, go to the education section first. Click here. And then click on the user guide. One moment, please. Okay, sorry about that. So click on the let me back up again. I want to make sure you understand what I'm doing. When you click on my homepage, click on the education section first. Click on the user guide. And then you're going to see backtesting. Okay, click on that, and that goes into a lot of detail about backtesting the odds maker. We used to call it the odds maker. It's not called the odds maker anymore, but the backtester. Okay. I don't backtest at all. Okay, so I'm certainly not an expert in it, but it's a very detailed explanation, videos, etc. Okay. Are you talking about in the simulator, Pete? I can't help you. Okay. I know there were some things going on in the simulator. I noticed something yesterday. I won't be able to help you. All right. I'm going to reset my alert for GME over 180. Just kind of shopping around that area. Remember yesterday, guys, we talked about this at length. GME at some point was just trading in a pretty about a $3 or $4 channel for a long time. And then it finally broke above that channel later on in the day, and it ripped about, I don't know, $10, $15. So that's all I'm kind of waiting on. So I'm going to reset my alert at 180 and see if that happens. Now, what I didn't do, welcome. Welcome to the room, everybody. If you're not new to the, if you are new to the room, this is the format, Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time, sharing my screen and live on the mic. And that's why I put my homepage link in. All the information is there. Okay. I went over how you can have my scans. Also, that we have a lot of scans here. Click on new from our toolbar, click on dock channel bar. A lot of scans are here. These are all theme-based channels. If you see something you like, just save it to the cloud. Here's an alert window, a momentum window, right? So if you like it, save it to the cloud. Why? Because if you go through the different channels, you can start extracting scans that you think you might like to have as part of your layout. So all you have to do is just save these to the cloud, extract the ones you think you might like. And then once you've done that, then you just load them back from the cloud one by one. Maybe add a couple of charts, maybe a single stock window, and you can create your own layout actually without having to know how to create a scan in the first place. Okay. Now, again, this is all covered in the user guide. All right. That's why I go over this very quickly. Now, what we are is a scanner. It should be obvious, but what we are is a scanner. We scan the US stock market, doesn't matter where you live in the world, doesn't matter who your broker is. You can use Trade Ideas. So I just covered how, I'm sharing a lot of my scans. A lot of the scans you can, we're also created a lot of scans from our channel bar. But if you want to create your own scans, no problem. Of course you can. What we did as a company, instead of forcing people to learn a programming language, you don't have to do that. We have a lot of alerts. These are, when you see these icons, these are the alerts. And when you see these icons, these are the filters. So we created a lot of different alerts and filters so that for the majority of our thousands of customers, they can combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay. Now, don't get hung up about how many alerts and filters that we have. That's a common question or comment from people, especially in our when they send when they send a question to us. I can't learn your product. You've got too many alerts and well, you don't have to learn them all. You don't, I only use about maybe 1% of them. All right, but they're there. You want to scan through, and you can check. If you check or click on one of them, and you click on help. I mean, you can see what they're all looking for. As an exercise, you can kind of go through them all, but you don't have to learn them all. But in this way, you don't have to learn a programming language. Okay. Well, when I went to the Momo channel, GRFS was there, wasn't it? All right. Now, next, the AI. So if you have our premium service, you need our premium service for this. This is what I would do. I would click on new AI/Holly strategy trades window. Okay. When you do that, this is the window that you're going to see. I would filter on the profitable. Okay. These are filters that you can use. I would, or any profitable trades. That's what I would do. Now, for those of you who want to auto trade the AI, you're out of luck. I mean, you can do it. Don't think you're gonna like it. Okay, I'm gonna flat out just tell you, you're not gonna like it. It's not really designed to auto trade. I'm not an auto trader. Never has have been an auto trader. Never will be an auto trader. But I know a lot of people want to just turn the AI on in the morning and then have it run all day and count their money at the end of the day. I'm sorry, it doesn't work that way. What I do is I use it like a watch list. Okay, you have an entry, you have a stop. How you trade it will be up to you. I typically, look at the ones under $10. It's just the way I use it. How you use it will be up to you. Obviously having a good day today. But if you looked at it the last maybe 5 or 6 days, first of all, there were hardly any alerts. So something today, the nature of today's market, generated more alerts. But I know that's, not what the majority of you want to hear. What you want to hear is that I want to auto trade the AI and make a lot of money from it. I'm sorry. Next thing I want to show you is this big blue window called Brokerage Plus. Smile Direct is going. Right, so I just popped in a link called Brokerage Plus. When you click on that link, you will see two videos. There's a short video. If you happen to have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, it'll show you how. Yeah, I can probably do that at Trader. So let me just let me keep going here just for a moment. So if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, the short video shows how you can connect. You can see right there, it says Brokerage Plus. There are two options underneath. One says Live, one says Sim. So if you have an E-Trade account or an IB account, Interactive Brokers account, you can use this window to trade from within, trade ideas, okay? The second video is a lot longer, goes into a lot more detail about how you can use it. Now, don't worry, if you don't have an IB or E-Trade account, it doesn't mean you can't use trade ideas. All it means is that you don't have access to this feature. That's all it means. We're a scanner, first and foremost. Doesn't matter who your broker is, where you live in the world, you can use trade ideas. Okay? Now, secondly, though, I like to demonstrate its use in simulation mode, paper trading mode. If you're new to trading, please, 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 please practice trading first before you commit money to the market. Okay? All right. So when you say, and it's easy, let me get out or disconnect. So when you see it, you'll see it says not connected. Okay. All you do is click on sim and select account and then simulated trading default. This is available, part of our standard service. You don't even need a broker. Why? It uses our real-time data. Okay. So you don't even need a broker. So why I say it like that is because you still may be undecided about who you want as a broker. And so if that's the case, but you do want to practice trading, no problem. You can practice trading, our standard service, and you're ready to go. Just click on sim and now you're in. Now, I'm sorry, account trader, what did you want me to do? In other words, I think you said you want me to put a stop loss order. So if like get that red line on the chart. Well, let's take A and B, C, okay? I think this is what you meant. So let's take A and B, C. I'm going to buy 500 shares. I'm going to go at the market. The spread's only, well, it's 3 cents, but what the heck? I'll buy it right at the market. Okay, just give me a moment. See, somehow I've lost my sound on this, so just give me a moment. Okay, so what happens now when I take an order, I'll hear it. Or if I get out of an order, if it takes me out of a trade, I'll hear it. Okay, so now is this what you meant to place a stop loss order? So if I place a stop loss order, I always like to demonstrate it this way. Okay, so once you're in the trade, add the stop loss order, right click on it, add stop loss order, and I'm going to put it at 991 cents away just to make the math easy. And now you should see it right on the chart, approximately a minus 100. So it's that simple. Minus 100 because I took 500 shares, 20 cent stop, 20 cents into five. I'm risking $100 every trade in the simulator. Okay. So if I divide 20 cents into $100 that I'm risking, that gets me 500 shares. Well, that is it. There's the sell price at 97.50. If it moves down to 97.50, or sorry, 991, I'll be taken out for that approximate $100 loss. You can also put a target price on top if you want. Is that what you mean? Okay. Well, you can do that also. So add target order. So if I thought, well, I want to see if I wanted to get out at 10.50. Add it, and you'll see now. You won't see it appear. Yeah, you might see it here. You should see another line will appear. There we are. Okay, so right now, if it got down to 991, I'd be taken out for a $100 loss. If it got up to 1050, I would be taken out for a $200 gain. Yeah, two separate entries. Yeah. Remember now, I'm not into auto trading. I mean, you can set up something that is more in auto fat, but I'm just not into auto trading at all. So yes, you get it once you take the order. Now, ahead of time, you probably knew what your target was, and of course, as we all know, you should know where your stop is. So you get into the trade, and then you can add it. You can always modify it, of course. I could, if the trade starts working really well, I can start moving my stop up right on the chart. All right, give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. So a couple of columns to watch, and there was a bug in this one yesterday, so I don't know if it's going to be the same, but the max P&L, total P&L, and then the distance from the exit price. Okay, so these are hotkeys right over here. If I highlight this trade right now and I click flatten, it'll get me out of the trade. I could get out of half my trade, or I could double my position. Okay. Uh, my free crisp. So I think I'm going to sign up for this. Though somebody told me I should take a look at NVIDIA, see if that works also in terms of noise canceling. But so my voice probably has changed. We're out of the noise canceling. Well, GFRS, is there news on this thing? Jumps on a report, probably Zach or somebody posted that, but takeover speculation for GRFS. So horrible noticeable difference, or just you hear more background. Boy, GRFS, yeah, I mean that the circulation of that rumor is definitely working. GRFS, like really working. And that's a big float, guys. That's a big float. 261 million in the float. That is a big float for a move like this. Surprised this was not halted at one point, but obviously no, it didn't go up fast enough in the well, it didn't go fast enough. Give me a moment here, guys. What's it called again? You know, this A and BC, guys, is really interesting now. I mean, holding over 10. It's a nice little AI alert right now, holding over 10 more. But of course, look at this. Look at the 1170, or sorry, 1169 is the next high looking left. That's far enough away. Okay, Hills. Haven't seen that one for a long time. HILS. I can't remember if this is an IPO or they changed symbols. Oh, Zach, did you take PAGS? Did you take it? Tell me you took it. Choppy, but every time I see PAGS, I think of you. But you didn't take it. Oh, okay. Well. AMC, AMBC have news by any chance? Or just okay. Share repurchase program that always gets investors interested. $20 million share repurchase program. Yeah, it's way outside of my price range, but good for you. Yeah, man, oh man, I can see exactly what's happened. One day, Zach. One day, I'll take something that's over. Well, I have traded GME, so that it's out of the norm for me. But I'll take something over $200, $300 one day. One of the reasons. Wow, I mean that's pretty insane, though, isn't it? I mean, for a $300 stock to only have 19 million in the float, but that's what can happen. Yeah, I mean that is what can happen with that float. Well, down goes GME, guys. Down goes GME. I was really hoping it would take out that 180, but still have my alert set for later on if it does. PAGS, though, that came from Zach's scan. Zach's topping play scan. Wow, GRFS, just crazy. It's crazy because when I was showing you guys, in the doc channel bar, and I always like to show the momentum channel. It's probably one of the most popular channels. And GFRS was right there, and it's still here. So you can have this scan. I mean, just take it out, add it to your. It is one of the scans that I do share. Okay, if you go to my homepage, you'll see it. It's called Momo. Yeah, but every time we count GME out, every time we count it out, it surprises us. All right, guys. Sorry about that. We're going to be handing off to Steve in our new streaming software in about 45 minutes. We just want to make sure it does go smoothly. Well, that was a nice one from your scan, Zach. IonQ. Alert happened at around 13:18. It didn't pop much more than that. And so from 13:18 down to 12:65, that was a beauty. Pag said okay for me. Oops. How about now? No sound? Hmm. I'm good now? Okay. Thank you. Why was I kicked from the stream? Okay. All right, guys. Again, growing pains with this new streaming service that we're using to stream into YouTube. Okay. Sorry about that. Pags, where are you going? I should have been looking, should have been looking to see where the next area of support was. I mean, there's my fantasy level right down here, 25, 2054 or so. So we're almost there. I mean, the bottom of that big 15-minute candle. Whew. And again, I keep waiting on this AMBC. This AMBC, I mean, the longer it holds over 10, in my opinion anyway, and we get some volume coming in, they could just push it up. I mean, it's just really looking at this void, looking left on this. I mean, it's got all sorts of room to 1169. Not saying it's going to get there, of course, but don't have to worry about chart resistance. That's the big thing. Yeah, Steve, if you want to talk, let's just see if this works. If you want to talk, I know you're in there. You can say something. That's fine. Let's make sure this works. Guys, AMBC getting frisky right here.
Hello, can you hear me?
Okay, ADGI. Well,
Hello?
this has been pretty choppy, but yeah, it just triggered. Maybe, yeah, it triggered again. ADGI over $6. Big break out of the 5 minute. Yeah, big break out of the 5 minute consolidation. And some volume came in, pouring in. Hmm.
Can you hear me, Barry?
I can't hear him. No.
STEV.
Oh, man. Okay, you guys can hear me still, right? And guys, I'm sorry. In the main room, I know you can all hear me. Come to the main room. Never mind YouTube.
Hey, Barry. Hey, Barry. We'll get the bugs worked out, Barry.
Go A and B C. Come on, guys, I'm telling you, A and B C looks really ripe here. Okay, I just unmuted.
All right.
I
Can you hear me now?
Steve.
There we
I can
go.
hear you, Steve.
There we go. That was the ticket.
So that was it. That unmuted.
That was
okay.
it. Yeah. So when you do that,
And
we
I'm
can
not
have
getting my echo. I'm not getting the repeat. Okay.
Perfect. Perfect. All right. I'll go on mute and I'll see you in 20 minutes.
Okay. Thanks, Steve. All right, guys. So yeah, the ANBC starting to move. And I'm continuing to watch GME. I mean, I think if GME takes out 180 later on, I mean, we're still in this kind of chant. Well, not really a chant, not quite like yesterday, but if it gets up to this 180 on some volume, could have another little run to that 200 mark. Probably stop again, but I'm just looking for maybe a $5 or $6, $7 move. What the heck does that mean, Zach? What's a virtual restaurant? What in the world does that mean? Means you can all be sitting. Okay, Treacle, Steve will show up at noon, okay? Noon Eastern, in about 20 minutes. That's the format. Between 12 and 1. When I take my break, then one of the other traders takes over. It is Steve's turn today, being Wednesday, okay? Lululemon reported earnings. I didn't see that one pre-market, so what did it do? Good. Nice. Almost to the 200-day. Almost to the 200-day moving average. So, if you're so inclined, I'd be probably watching this to see what it does at that 200-day. It's $5 away and see if it stalls it. So this glob was halted earlier. GLOB was halted earlier for news, and it's still halted. It is still halted for news. All right, guys, I'm getting about 15 minutes coming up to my break. I'm just looking at some thumbnail charts. Not really seeing too much interesting. You know what? I'm going to use this one as that my what makes this trade great, because I mean, I wish I had I wish I had really followed it like I was talking about in the pre-market. This is the VIR. Man, I mean, it's virtually just like Sono was 2 days ago. After hours, yesterday, after hours, saying they were going to be added to the S&P mid cap 600 or small cap 600. There's a reaction after hours. It held all those gains in the pre-market. Market opened and it just kept moving, exactly like Sono did. So next time this happened, guys, we have to be all over it. I mean, I'm sure some of you were. I just lost sight of it because I was, unfortunately, I was at 9:15. I was doing a couple of other things. Otherwise, definitely would have been. Had that been the first 15-minute candle, I would have probably been in it, but I got tied up in something else. Donut. Haven't seen Donut for a long time. That's crispy. That's the relaunch of Krispy Kreme, right? They did their IPO quite a few years ago. Then I guess they went private again, or I don't know what happened, and then they did the IPO again last year, July of last year. Really, I mean, ugly though. But today it's having a bit of a day. Well, this is what you were talking about, Zach. Your Snow Lake Resources, LITM. Okay. Oh, lithium. Just a minute. AESE. Okay. Well, I mean, our provider is not. Our provider is not infallible, but let's take a look. AESE. Now, market hours also. That's kind of weird. Okay, when it says market hours, usually that means in theory, between 9:30 and 4. Very rarely does that happen. Let me do a check though on some other website and see what they say. All right. Yeah, March 30th also from FinViz. So I don't know. I'll ask to see why we have it there, why our provider has it there. All right, let's take a look at ADGI, more controlled. Yeah, a little more controlled. Again, a big pop up to 617, comes right back down to 5. I mean, these are big percentage moves, guys. Forge. What is up with Forge? Okay, let's take a look at FRGE. This is on my. I thought I had this on my watch list. I could have sworn I had this on my watch list because it was just what it did yesterday. I don't know. I mean, I don't know what's up with it. I don't know. I think this may have been a SPAC that turned into Forge, FRGE, back here. I don't think this was an IPO. I may be wrong. But other than that, I have no idea. I mean, there's no news, financial services company, etc. No news on it that I can see. I'm looking at IB headline. I don't see any specific news on it. This is not shortable at Interactive Brokers for me anyway, FRGE. Yeah, so I don't see any news. Let's see if I can see the news from a while ago, if this is what. So when did this start trading? 22nd. Forge Global stock soars in trading debut. Okay. Yeah, so it was a SPAC. Okay, that's what I thought. So it was a SPAC. All right, guys. Well, the market's in a holding pattern for me anyway. I'm not seeing too much movement. The A and BC is just not doing what I wanted to do. I wanted to get over 1020 and start to run. So that's what's going to get me into it, but it is just not doing it. What's the float? Yeah, it's not a huge float either. 45 million in the float. Yeah, okay, Grumpy. We know. We know. You're very funny. Ha ha. IMTE. Yeah. I think you mentioned this one yesterday, didn't you? I mean, it's crazy low float. Crazy low float. And wow, what a few weeks. I mean, this one, you would think this was the all-time high, right? Nope. I don't think so anyway. I think we will go back a few more months. I do, because I do remember this one, this integrated media. Oh, maybe not. Maybe this was it. Just don't know what to say on it now, though. I mean, it's got a ton of room. Yeah, I mean, that high right there is 20. Yeah, I mean, it's still got a ton of room. If you think this, I mean, traders are looking at this 44. I think SGLI was on my watch list. I don't see that it triggered though. The relative volume is too low. That's why. It was on my watch list, but it's not triggering because I have a 1. Again, this looks like, well, I think this might, again, I never know. Is it an IPO or did they change their symbol? Why is LITM not tradable for Canadians? Don't know what you mean. If I want to trade, I can trade it. It's loading in my IB platform. So I don't know what you mean when you say it's not tradable for Canadians. Well, I don't know. I don't know. That's between you and Simple. I mean, I can't answer that question. That's obviously so when because when you say why is it not tradable, that sounds like as a blanket statement to all Canadians, but obviously it's something to do with your account at Simple. Okay, well, I'm just going to have to put an alert for AMBC at 10:20 and see if it takes it out later on. I'm a little disappointed because I thought once it got over that 10:20 mark, it would start to run and other traders would be looking at this big potential gap to fill. It's not happening. Steve, if you want to start now, just let me know and I'll put myself on mute, and then I'm assuming it's just a matter of you're selecting your screen, right?
Hello, Barry, can you hear me?
I can
Great.
hear you, yes.
All right, so I'm going to add my screen to the stream. Let's minimize that so there's no confusion. And looking at the YouTube, it looks like it's transferring over. There we go. Welcome to my desktop.
All right, then I'll mute myself right now.
Mute yourself, and I'll see you in an hour.
Okay, thanks, Steve.
Hello, everybody. We're getting it down. You know, just give us this one day of troubleshooting and we'll have it smoothly worked out. And it's a much better experience for the users and the way we can control versus the way we were doing it before. So happy Wednesday to everybody. Hope you're doing well. Let me hide that. Yeah. Good, Chris. Good to know. Thank you. So guys, you know, I just put out a TikTok video on pins. Andy showed me pins earlier. Pins is also on our recently teased new watch list. What we are watching. This is not available yet. We're working on the plumbing, but these are all fresh ideas from myself, Andy, Michael, Jamie, and Chris for the most part. And each day we're going to have a brand new list of symbols that we're watching and trading in our own accounts. And what I've done is I've sorted my top list here based on change from the open. And I also colorized change from the open. If we do change from close, it doesn't really tell the story because there might have been a lot of gaps in there when the market opens. But change from the open, this is the concept of using this column when the bell rings. These ideas are going to be in there each day for swing trades. And they're just basically there for you guys to poke around and look at and figure out, you know, how you might want to trigger a price alert or manage the trade. But I think it's going to be a big, it's going to be received very well. Let me say that when this gets launched for some of the slower moving, newer traders who are looking for some additional ideas to keep an eye on each day. So keep an eye out for that. That's going to be awesome. But pins is on there and I like it. And what I explained in the TikTok video is, you know, this is the 50-day moving average. It's been under pressure for so long, and this is the general health average. The 50 is the moving average that gives us the general health of this stock. This thing was up above 60 back in December. It's gotten over a 30% haircut. I'm sorry, over a 50% haircut, all the way down to 21, 60 to 21. That's brutal. About a 70% haircut. So now we're basing down here. I'll get to that in a second. But the sideways action is just very enticing to me because you can see the price has been wedged now between the rising 10 and the declining 50. And it looks as if these last 2 days here are starting to try and hint that price action may want to close and stay above that declining 50. And if it does, boy, the shorts are going to want to get out, and the value investors and Kathy Woods type people, maybe they'll come in and take a chance with it. The other thing I liked about it, well, I don't have to do that because we have the full screen here. The other thing I liked about it, that's the daily, but this is also a daily. And we've got some incredible diverging, bullish divergence as an example here. So you'll see lower lows in the price of pins from this date down to this date. But here, the RSI is moving up in higher lows. That is oftentimes a nice undercurrent indicator that something might be ready to change. We call that bullish divergence because the price is going lower, but it's doing so with less energy and oomph behind it. And oftentimes those can signal a directional change or a near-term bottom. So those are a couple of reasons why I really like PINS. No position yet. Probably just going. I'm going to create a price alert, something along those lines there. And if it triggers, I'll evaluate it. If I'm talking with you guys, I might not jump in, but if it happens later, I might jump in. Anyway, what do you guys want to talk about? A holding pattern here for the SPY and the Qs. You know, I noticed a big one in the Qs yesterday. Right up to this 200-day moving average. We closed above the 200-day moving average, but now we're just kind of slopping around here. And it's fully expected, really, to find some supply areas of supply here and probably some congestion and maybe some sideways or even a little bit of a pullback consolidation. But it just felt like such a big move off of that low, which also, by the way, was diverging. Since we were just talking about divergence, not as obvious as the last one in pins, but it's still there a little bit. So the NASDAQ has had a nice bump off of the bottoms, but it really can only go so far before it has to take a breath and a breather. And it makes perfect sense to me that this 200-day might be coming into play here for the NASDAQ and the Qs. Hello, WTD news thoughts on Indo. Let's take a look at Indo. I think I know what I'm going to say about it. A lot of times when these stocks make their move, this is the move. That's it. Everybody tries to come back and find the magic again in this move. Now, it's looking okay the last couple of days, I'll give it that. But for the most part, since that move was over, these parabolic moves, they always wind up in just kind of a broken other side of the mountain back. And as you can see, it bounced off the 20, couldn't get back above the 10, thrown back down to recent new lows down here at 20. I would say 20 looks like a pretty good floor. Whether or not you want to enter something like that right here is debatable. It's up to you. But the one takeaway I have about this trade, and I've seen it a million times in many other different names, this is the move. And anybody that wants to try and come and recreate it and relive it and get a second 2.0 type of move like that generally doesn't happen. So these things just kind of break and they just kind of chop around and turn into what they're going to turn into. That doesn't mean it can't turn around and go higher. It could go to 40 very easily. I don't know. I know it's got an extremely low float, 1.7 million shares. And we are back in the oil. I'm going to click on my sectors here. The oil service sector is doing pretty darn well today. And a lot of those names that were doing well while Indo was doing well are kind of coming back today. So I think there's a bit of a nice sector lift going on over there in the energies. But I wouldn't really trust this thing to return to what it did back here unless it can close above right here, the 28 today, and also close back above that 20-day moving average a bit higher. I'm not trying to squash the idea. I'm just trying to remind people that once they do these insane moves, it's very hard to trade the back end of it. It's like a big giant wave coming through, beautiful wave. You surf it, and then it's just all whitewash all the way in for a while. So that's my thoughts on that. It's a good question. But by no means am I trying to steer you away from it. Just, keep an eye on it. If it can't do anything in the near-term future, this 50-day moving average might come into play at some point as well. All right, what's going on? I saw some stuff going on over in AI that didn't look bad. NIO. So you can see I'm running a new version here. We've got some new information on the intraday graph on the AI trades, risk reward levels based on your input, which I always risk a theoretical $100 on the AI trade. So that's why down there it says risk a negative 100 if it comes back down to here. But if it goes up to the target, it could be a $400 trade. So aside from that, it's a good looking long, breaking out just like my pins talk. Okay, here's another example of a trade stock that's been in poor health. But today, if it can close just like this today, it's crossing that barrier back across into, hey, maybe this thing is trying to do something again. Looks very similar to pins. You can see it's been wedged by that 10-day moving average and the declining 50, and it looks like we are resolving outside of that wedge. So that's a good early indicator that this might be a good trade to hold on to. A lot of times people ask us, well, does the AI do swing trades? We say, well, no, they're all based off of intraday data, but every now and then you're going to see a position that you wouldn't have seen, like NIO, and you say, well, this might be one that I may want to carry into a swing trade overnight. We got to see how it closes. And then lastly, the intraday, I talk about it all the time. The best way to manage these trades is to just use my 10 SMA on a 15-minute chart. And if the price wants to stay in motion, it will bounce off that line and continue higher. If the price is going to run out of steam and lose its momentum, then it will close, not trade, but a closing 15-minute candle below this rising 10 SMA is an early warning system that the momentum is dying, and that's what I use to get out when I feel like momentum is dying, whether it's a winning trade or a losing trade. QS, another request. Good looking chart. It's had its run. Okay, so once again, look, kind of similar to pins, right, guys? Declining 50. Boy, this is really interesting. Okay, we got a lot going on here. We've got lower lows and higher lows. So we've got some bullish divergence down here, and it paid off. I mean, if you were paying attention to that early, that's why I think we got that move. But this is not the kind of daily chart that I like to chase and jump into and establish a position after 3 green days. But again, this was just like that other pins trade. Break above, consolidate, and then the 10 SMA forced the move higher. So if you had shown me this like back here, it could have been really interesting, but it didn't even let that 10 barely even touch before it took off. So what does that mean for you? If you're in it, well done. I think your target could be over the next few days, this 200 moving average up there. If it doesn't get there on a straight shot, and it's a good chance it won't get there on a straight shot, it might just simply consolidate and pull back and wait for this 10 SMA to come up. And that might be when it forces the issue to QS to move another leg higher into the 200-day moving average. So good looking chart. Seems like it's based, bottom, bullish divergence, popped above the 50, consolidated. Now it's made a nice pop on beautiful volume. I wouldn't chase an entry up here, but I would be watching the stock. I would probably just say, click the heart button. And if you click the heart button in these charts, it essentially allows you to monitor all those in and out trades on your my liked symbols. So this is always the stocks that I'm watching. I keep in my liked symbols. I'll go through that a couple times a day. Things that might not have been doing anything for a week, all of a sudden, they're back in play again. So that's what I like about that. Just a constant idea generator. But it would be a late entry up here. So look for some consolidation. WTD, if you're in it, you got a great trade going. Just be very cognizant of that rising 10 SMA, because over the next couple of days, we could get some consolidation, and that 10 SMA will be the guiding hand that hopefully forces it higher. All right, Fred, hello. New trader executed a trade, buy at the bid. Okay, so you bought limit order at the bid. They came down and they hit your bid. And then I tried to close that position by selling on the bid for a 10-cent profit, but Sterling Trader was rejected on the sale. I'm not really sure what's going on there. And also you're on Sterling Trader. Anytime you hit a market order, you're essentially going to buy from the ask. Anytime you market sell, you're going to sell to the bid. So the only way to make the spread is your limit order option. So if you purchased, Fred, that stock on the bid, a limit buy at the bid successfully, and then you tried to close that position by selling on the bid for 0.10 some profit, but it was rejected. I wonder why it was rejected. What I would do is on your Sterling Trader, there's going to have to be some sort of messages window, order messages, rejections, things like that. There might likely be a rejection explain to you why that trade was rejected. So see if you can find that window that shows your order statuses and messages. But ideally, if you're going to make the spread, if you wanted to hit the bid and make a 10-cent move, you bought on the bid and you want to sell to the bid after 10 cents, you probably could have just done a limit order at the bid. And it sounds like that's what you did, but I would be curious to hear what the messaging window says for that particular order on your platform. First, it said there was a problem with the quantity. I was using the hotkeys, and then when I clicked, okay, did you have? Oh, it was a wash trade. Is your account under 25K? Are they not wanting you to day trade stocks because of your account size? That's one thing that could come to mind. Yeah, okay, check and see with them. They're going to be the ones to tell you exactly. The only other thing I could think of that would stop you from sending an order is if you have a stop order out there to sell, and then you want to go ahead and sell to the bid. It's going to say, whoa, 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 wait a minute. You got 2 sell orders out there. You might want to cancel the stop first before you exit the trade. That's another thought that I had, Fred. But yeah, you're going to need to see what that message box says. This CMAG. Oh, okay, so that account size might not have allowed you to turn around and do a quick sale. You're going to have that broker explain that that issue to you, especially if you're in the U.S. If you're not in the U.S., it could be something else. That CMEG was that cash margin something. I'm not sure what CMEG is. But yeah, your answer is going to reside with the broker. They'll tell you exactly what's going on. All right, let's look at some more AI trades here. As you guys want to ask more questions, I'll wait. This one's a short, and it was a nice entry right there. There's no way in heck you'd want to use that as your AI suggested stop, because the stop that you want to use is your own management of risk. 15-minute chart, 10 SMA. As long as the price remains under this declining 10 SMA, your short sale should be working. The moment you want to get out is if a green candle pops up and closes above that declining SMA, take your profits and go. That's probably the most you'll be able to squeeze out of that trade. Next one is Aqua. All right, so this is a short, and it's giving us a little bit of trouble here. It was a good entry because it was a fade entry way up here, but look what happened. Strong stocks that pull back are going to find their intraday 10 SMA. And so far, for the last 3 candles, we've got buyers showing up here at that 10 SMA. So that tells me this short might not be a good one. It might come all the way back to flat. But what you're cheering for on this right now is for this thing to just give up and break that 10 SMA on a closing candle, and then you'll feel much better about it. But when I go over and look at that daily chart, I don't know. This looks like a pretty strong stock coming out of that congestion. I would not give this one too much leeway. VIR, another long, good. That's a long, okay. Not much pain on the entry. Sideways grind, and now the rubber's meeting the road here with the 10 SMA fighting that price. Ideally, it should push that price up. The daily looks like a nice pro gap, caught everybody leaning the wrong direction. And if it does keep going today, it could run right smack into that blue 50-day moving average. Doodle Dumb wants to look at TMC. Metals Company. What do they do? Deep sea mineral exploration. Polymetals. So they're looking for rare earth metals in the sea, huh? Interesting. Canadian. It's crazy how it gave back that entire move back there, but we did have earnings a few days ago. So the earnings are out. A little bit of weak hands were squeezed out a couple days ago, and now we've got a nice reversal. So it looks like it's trying to reverse. I don't know if that I would use this big move here, 22% as an entry. I generally don't like to chase things up that are 22% already, but maybe you're already in it. And if that's the case, that's a good sign because it's working for you. We are certainly bumping right into the 10 and the 20 SMA right there. And I think that's why we're finding a little bit of resistance here at 220. So ideally, if you can just pop that candle today and close above those two averages, you're back in clean air, and it could grind its way back up to $3. I like the sector too. I think there's some good stories there. Oh, sorry, I missed your question there earlier, Blue Moon. Can you recommend scans for intraday scalping strategy? Let's see, intraday for scans for intraday scalping strategy. Now I'm a swing trader, and I'm just trying to think of some ideas. One of the faster moving scans that Jamie uses is, oh God, what does he call it? Oh my God, I'm drawing a blank now. I'll come back to that because I've got another idea. It's actually my swing trade scan, but it can work well for intraday buys let's see if it gives us any good opportunities here. So what this is, there's nothing in there today, is there? Interesting. All right, we'll come back to that, but I just remember the name of Jamie's. This is a momentum chasing strategy. It's called turbo breaks up or turbo breaks down. These are stocks that are just coming into quick volume, big surge of volume. Let's take a look at the scan actually, so we can actually decide and determine what's happening here. TPIC, that's moving up. So these are momentum trades. They're not contrarian. My jam down was a contrarian. This one is finding new highs on good volume and jumping in. So what it does is it looks for new highs. And in the windows, price 10 to 150. Distance from inside market, Jamie likes to use that. It means there's no widespread usually. Earnings per share, this will leave out any ETF. This is a hack to say if it doesn't have an earnings per share, we don't want to see it. And ETFs do not have any sorts of EPS, so they get removed by that one filter alone. And this is where we get kind of interesting. This is the 1 minute volume. So all it's really looking for are stocks between 10 and 150 that are not ETFs that all of a sudden had an explosion in the 1 minute volume. And you could even dial this up to 400 if you wanted. But the idea is 1 minute, 300, that's 3 times normal volume in a 1 minute period. It's probably the best configuration to try and find things early that are in motion and are trying to break out. So this would be a momentum scan that you're buying high and you're trying to sell higher. Okay, so that's the concept behind that one. TPIC has been the one that's most recently come out. But if we look at the history for today, there's not too much stuff actually. I like that. Just a couple of few names in here that have been showing up. So I'm going to go ahead and give you this one back to real time, and I will share this in the cloud for you and whoever else wants it. There we go. And that's called Turbo Breaks Up. We also have a Turbo Breaks Down too. So there is the Turbo Breaks Up. Let me go back to yesterday. See if there's anything in there yesterday. Okay. So this was my contrarian one, and it's a swing trade. And we're looking at yesterday's candles. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to move this over here, kind of open that up a little bit. I want you to pay attention to where you see the blue arrow, because the blue arrow is a new low that's being made. But that new low is doing it right on my 10 SMA on the daily, right on my trend line. So we're saying, show me stocks that are strong. Okay, they're going up. But in one particular day, and it's usually in the first hour, guys, because the algorithms are really viciously violent and volatile in the first hour. They're out there trying to run as many stops as they can. So if you're using good till canceled market order stops, they're probably going to find you if you're close by in the first 30, 40 minutes of trading. So ideally, I love to see these go down, hit their 10 SMA on the daily, and signal, yeah, it's a new low, but this is a contrarian buy. So buying there at 31 was a nice little move yesterday and today. Let's take a look at what else it showed. FMC. So FMC was a little stubborn, but yesterday it jammed down. There's the jam down at the open. There's the signal. You had to sit through a little bit of that, to get there. So didn't work necessarily perfect in the day trading time frame, but for the swing trade, it did work pretty well. And there's one that didn't work yesterday. I think that's probably, for the most part, yeah. You might like that turbo breaks up and down better, but I will share this with you as well. Just a reminder, there's nothing that came through today, but you can look at this and know that it's a contrarian indicator to buy on a trend line 10 SMA on the daily chart. It's a bit of a trust because you're not buying green, you're buying a little bit of red there, but you're really trying to lean on and hope that 10-day simple moving average comes in to rescue you. So come down and buy the 10 SMA. And there it is for anybody who wants it. Iris, I know you got a copy of this one already. You just got to dig it out and dust it off. All right. What else is going over there on the AI? We talked about Aqua holding that trend line, but it's a short. We don't want that. Look, here's a great example of waiting for a closing candle. It did not close, and the current candle popped right back up, so it's back into play. I want to see a closing price under that rising 10 because they will try to fake you out like this current candle is doing in AMBC. So the closing candle is the key. And that's a long, so it's doing what we want. And okay, so here's this BNTX, which is a short. Looks like it spent a good hour and a half on top of the rising moving average, but there is a closing candle under the rising 10 SMA. Ideally, that will start to decay and degrade the price a little bit. Maybe we start to roll back down in and make that short work. Here's another short. Yeah, this one just went sideways from the open and then it popped above its moving average. I probably would have gotten out of that one after that green signal candle there. This one, a great example of not using the AI stop. That was our signal right there to get out. It broke and closed below the 10 SMA. And look how much aggravation and grief that saved us if you just use that method that I use. Again, it's just an early warning system, I feel. And this one's long, same thing. I wouldn't want to hang on to this one. It should have bounced right there, and it didn't. It started posting some closing candles below the 10 SMA. So momentum has probably died in that one for the moment. It's not a certain. It doesn't happen every time, but I've seen it enough times to where I don't want to stick around and go against my rule. That's just a real simple rule I've created. All right, you're welcome, Blue Moon. Anybody else who needs any direction and help? That's why we're here. All right, looks like I'm caught up over there. So I think I mentioned earlier the what we're watching as a tease. We call it the Trader's Eye. There is going to soon be a channel called the Trader's Eye, and it will have this type of arrangement. It'll have this as the main window, and every day the symbol list will be updated. But today, oh, look at that one, Workhorse. perfect example of a day and a half. If you haven't heard me talk about a day and a half, there's day number 1, and then momentum carries through into day number 2. You get about half a day, and look at what we just saw right here in this one, signal candle. So if you were trading workhorse and trying to ride on, I would be looking at that candle and saying, nope, it's time to take profits. It seems like momentum can last for a day and a half around here, and beyond that, it's really hard. So that's another one of my simple rules. I really try to force myself to take profits after a big day 1 run. On day 2, by lunchtime, I'm looking to get out. I've just got a finger on the button. As soon as it trades below and closes below that 10 SMA, that's usually my signal to take profits. So this is a great profit-taking strategy. You know, people always wonder, well, how do I not get out too soon? And how do I make sure I get out when I'm supposed to and not get out too late and watch all those profits erode? This is a perfect way to take profits. If you had this thing pegged, you know, when you sat through those last couple of days, it just rode perfectly all the way up, day and a half. There's the first sign of momentum dying. I can't emphasize that enough to taking profits on good trades. Okay, I got some questions. When it comes to moving average crossing, what's a good criteria? I don't really do much of moving average crosses. I do those more on the daily chart. I like moving averages on the daily chart that cross. So I use the 10, the 20, and the 50. Anytime moving averages can cross back above a declining 50, like workhouse here, workhorse, that's a good cross. But I don't really put a lot of moving average crosses in my arsenal. I just never have. I'm more of a pattern recognition and using moving averages for support and resistance is how I use them, to put it a better way. Especially not intraday. So I wouldn't really have a good direction for you on intraday crosses. Now, if Chris is in here, I know he has an intraday cross that he likes. Let me ask him. He might have one, so I'm calling him in to come in and drop that scan, Blue Moon. Hello, Stephen. I've got the green red bar in TI, but would like to set the worm for stock moving up and down. Okay, so I think you're talking about the, for some reason, people are calling it worms. We never call it a worm. We call it a compare count window. And there's a few things you can do with this compare count window. Would like to set it for stocks moving up and down. Okay, so there's a couple ways, you know, you can do this. So we can have stocks that are moving up. Okay, pre-market, new high, post-market. So the new high is their regular market. The price is between 1 and 250, and their average daily volume is at least 10,000 shares. That's not much. This is the default setting, by the way, on that compare count. So, I mean, we could you could bump that up if you wanted to like 50,000 or maybe more. That's it. Exchanges. Got the exchanges, all of the exchanges. There is no symbol list, all symbols. Okay, so we click OK for that. All right, so that's our green data. Those are our stocks going up. Our red data configure would be new lows, pre and post market. And same thing. I'm going to bump that up to 50,000 shares. And that's pretty much all that needs. New lows on those. And so we can say, okay, okay. We have some controls here on the speed and the data and visuals. But if I just click OK, we have now launched from this moment going forward. Right click. I like to use the dark background. So now from that point forward, it's going to start logging all that data. We can't go back. It's just from this point forward. So you don't want to close these windows, because if you close them, you have to reopen them, and then you've lost all your prior data. So a good trick about the compare new high, new lows are doing it like that. Now, there's another thing that you could do. Jamie uses it. It's his big cap new high, new low window. So he would do something like this. He would say, Same thing, new compare count window. And what Jamie does is he says, I only want to see the stuff that is the big caps. All right. Or here's something else you could do. You could just say, I just want to monitor the S&P. So let's go to symbol list. Look at that, S&P 500. So we're only going to monitor the new highs of S&P 500 stocks. Okay. Okay. What about the red data? We are only going to monitor the data of the S&P 500s that are going to lows. So we've got 500 stocks in here, and we're going to see which ones are doing new highs and new lows. Launch that. I like to go to dark mode. And now going forward, you can see that's just starting to calculate. And we've only had a couple. Okay, so just CF has been coming through new lows, whereas the one we created 5 minutes ago has already got some good data in here that we can start to see. For the moment, new lows are beating new highs pretty significantly. What's going on in the market right now? A bit of red. No, not really. So that's a couple of different ways you can utilize that, Stephen. Does that make sense? If you want, I can also cloud copy these, unless you want to configure them yourself, but I could cloud copy these that I just made and send them over. Okay, I'll go ahead and let's just go ahead and share them. Save and share that one. I'll just call that CC1 and then CC2. One of them is using a lot of different stocks and the other one is just using the S&P 500. Compare count 1 and compare count 2. All right. Paramal, could you please share your swing trading scan? Yeah, I'm actually gonna revisit that. Okay. I think you mean the one that I was talking about earlier, the jam down. If it was the jam down, then I put it up above the cloud code. If you're talking about this one, the A table, this is just a simple watch list, top list of stocks that have incredibly high short floats. So this is probably a better name for this would be the short squeeze candidates. The ones at the top in dark green have the most short float shares to work off. And so you can get a lot of good ideas for short squeezes off of this type of scan. So I will give it to you, this as well. A table, also short squeeze. Candidates. Any scans that can help expose algos at work? Yeah, that's that jam down one that I mentioned earlier. WTD. If you can copy that one, just scroll up and get the jam down and buy the 10 SMA. Again, that's my contention that the algos are most vicious in the first 35, 45, 50 minutes of the day, and that's where they do all their stop hunting. So number one, you don't want to be putting good till canceled stops in your brokerage account because they sell that information and they make money off of you by doing that. They give that information to Citadel and they can just go down and find out where all the bowling pins are lined up and knock them down and buy them back. So that jam down to the 10 SMA, I think is a good contrarian indicator to go long based on what we're noticing the algorithms jamming down. All right, backtrack, make sure I didn't miss anything here. And expose. Stephen, when you save a screen, how do I get it to my computer? Okay, so when you save one of those links, let me just do that. I'm going to click on one of the clouds. Okay, so I basically just clicked on a cloud link. There it is. So when you click on that link, if you just come up here to the URL, right there, trade ideas cloud HTML code. That's it. Right click, copy that code. and you're done there. Then you come to File, Load from Cloud. It's already set for you. All you have to do is hit the load button, and there you go. That's how you would bring that onto your screen. Now, once you've done that once, it's a good habit to do two things. Save it to the cloud, so you always have a copy of it. Just click Save to the cloud, and then come over and lock it in your layout. This is key because people will load something from cloud and the next day it's gone, and it's because they didn't do this. File, Save Layout, Save Default, Overwrite Default Layout. Yes, I'm just going to say no, but you'd say Overwrite yes. And so now, the next time you turn your machine on tomorrow, you've got that new window that I shared with you all set up in your workspace. So hopefully that helps, Stephen. How would you optimize the NR7 alert? I've never used that alert, Blue Moon, but the NR7 is looking for intraday consolidation. I think I might use maybe some higher relative volume, or maybe a little bit of extra 5-minute volume or extra 1-minute volume to see maybe if there's a beginning of an increase in volume that might give you an early signal on something. I don't know, but I haven't really worked with those scans much. But volumes are really some of the best things you can do. Higher relative volume will weed out the noise. Higher 1-minute and 5-minute volume can also help. Only cross alert I had involved a custom filter. It ended up being an awful window. Okay, so Chris, I was wrong. Chris does not have an intraday interesting cross. I thought there might have been one on the Market Explorer, though. Mm-hmm. 80-20 cross on gappers. So this one, I just realized, might be something that you could work with. It looks like it's an intraday scan. So the stocks that have gapped up and their 8 and 20 have crossed. So that's really the only thing that I see. Yeah. So that's really probably one you could experiment with. Again, I'll just walk through that again for you. New, Market Explorer, blank window, you open, right click, server options. It's the very first one, the 80-20 cross on gappers. So that's kind of a pre-configured hard-coded scan that could work for you. Oh, hello, Pete. Thanks for the DNA. Well, the DNA worked. It's not ideal to take stocks into earnings, but I did it. And I sold half before then. So it's been a good position for me. Bought it down there and then sold half going into earnings and have benefited nicely after the gap up after earnings. And I like the story there too. And again, let's go back to what I was talking about many times in many charts, starting with pins. DNA has been dominated downtrend. And yesterday it technically closed above its blue 50-day DMA. So what I'm looking for today here is kind of a day of rest, day of pause. It's where the buyers and sellers go, okay, that was a big move yesterday. Who really has control here at the 50-day moving average? And right now we're sitting right on it, a doji. Perfect doji. So for me on this, a victory today would be just keep DNA above 450. Just keep it above this declining 50-day moving average. And it won't be long before these faster moving averages start to turn up and catch the price. So definitely a great week. We could have a soft week of consolidation and grinding, but I'm not giving up on the second half of this. Again, this is a story stock, agriculture. People are scrambling to do anything they can right now to maximize their acreage in agriculture. Oh, thanks for clarifying that, Chris. I didn't know that the 80-20 cross on the Market Explorer is a 2-minute chart. That's a very important Very important qualification there. Okay. If I have a top list that has no alerts and filters for consolidation, but I insert one into the columns to sort by, will that sort by the stocks in my highest top? Okay, for consolidation in a top list, here's what you're probably going to want to do. Here's what I would do. I would just simply take any top list. I'll just use this one right here. And I would add a simple column, not a filter, but a column. Range. Now, I'm looking at your question again. Top list. I'm assuming you mean daily consolidation. And I'm going to work with that. It's the same concept, but we're going to go off of daily consolidation. So range. Let's pick a 5-day range. And let's use a percentage value. We're not going to add the filter. We're just going to show the column. Okay, column 5-day range is in there. Well, now, since it's a top list and I've got a 5-day range, what if I sort by the ones with the tightest range? So MRTN has had only a 4% 5-day range. PINS has had a 6% 5-day range. That's really the only way I can think of, just using filters to try and on a top list to try and find consolidation. Consolidation is going to be a tight range. So if you use the 5-day range filter and try and find things that are under 5% or 4%, it just depends on the the stock price. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, that wasn't a big range, but it's just been kind of bleeding. But yeah, just look for tighter ranges, and that's one way to possibly accomplish that. Okay. So you could experiment with that, Blue Moon, and you could even, if you wanted to, just to keep all the junk out, you could put a maximum cap of, say, 5% on that filter, and then just sort and see what is super, super tight, 1, 2, 3% ranges over the last 5 days. But generally, I think 5% is acceptable. The pins trade shows up on that, and that's consolidation. And it looks like its 5-day range is around 5 or 6%. Hopefully that helped. Brent, have you all considered adding some sort of breaking news feed? I know a lot of our scans will catch stocks that make news. We don't really have the news built into our architecture of live data and alerts. That's strictly technical stuff. We have the only news that we have, and the only news that we're really planning on right now is just this news tab, which is a simple, Google Finance news page scrape. But here's what we do find. Stocks that are having news intraday, breaking news intraday, and they go, Trade Ideas actually kind of alerts those very quickly. Going back to that scan that I had earlier, the turbo breaks up and down. That is looking for a 1-minute move with 3 times normal volume in 1 minute. That's usually the kind of stuff that's going to get caught on an intraday news event. So we pride ourselves really on the data and the real-time data and the way in which we can string it all together and create what we want to see individually. But breaking news is not a part of any of our configurations for scans. All we can really do is just kind of point you to the news tab up here. Now, personally, what I'll do, if I'll see something has had news during the day and I want to know what it is, I generally won't even go to the news tab. I will just go to Twitter and type in $symbol and see what everybody on Twitter is talking about. And within 2 seconds, you're going to find what the news is and links to the stories and what people are talking about. So I kind of like just using Twitter as a basic news barometer of what people are talking about out there. So yeah, Brent, just to rehash that, we'll catch the stocks that are making move on news, but we're going to be doing it with super sensitive 1 minute breakout and volume smash type filters and scans. And if you missed it, that turbo brakes is an interesting one. So I'll share that. Maybe you came late. So yes, as the theory goes, as the news breaks and it hits the wires and the algorithms hit it and the traders start finding it, it's going to be a quick move in price. And that scan can help us identify quick moves in price, which will more than likely attributed to news. You're welcome, Brent. So workhorse is the workhorse of the day. It's really hanging tough up there. I've been kind of bullish on GDX gold miners. Yeah, we just found out again today, not that the news drives decisions, but I guess Russia is now going to peg their ruble to gold. That has to catch the attention of a few people out there. Yeah, I love that. That's a good term, Pete, barcoding. Yeah, I'm waiting for something to happen in MindMed too. But I like it. I still like it. I like what it's doing. Same kind of a story down here, guys, right? Could not claim that 50. Had to drop back down and come back for a second attempt. Now we have reclaimed the 50. This to me is an anticipation trade. It's a launching pad trade. It's also a story stock, which I happen to love the story on. But as you know, I will never buy stocks based on story. I have to have the chart confirm the story. I loved the story of MindMed for months, but the chart never gave me a reason to get in till we got this nice little, hey, look at that. Kind of a double bottom, bit of a divergence, but not a fresh double, not a fresh new low, I mean to say, but patience. Sometimes swing trading is just patience and sitting and waiting for your pitch or waiting for your ship to come in. But I'm not giving up on this one. Matter of fact, I'm probably going to hold this thing above $1. This is an investment for me. I'd like to see this industry take off, and I feel like it got a pretty darn good price compared to the people who jumped in at 4 and 5. So this is not a trade for me. This is an investment. Sure, I'll do it one more time for you, OmniChamp. So you see that cloud link right above that I just dropped, turbo brakes. I'm going to click on that link, and I'm going to show you where it takes me. This is the easiest way to do it. You can also right-click on the link and just say Save Link Contents. But to show you the inner workings, if you click on the link, this URL is now the cloud code. So all we have to do is just copy that URL address. And then we head over to the Trade Ideas menu, Load from Cloud. It's right there waiting for us. All you have to do is click Load. And there is the turbo brakes up. So that's how you would load the link into your system. And I also reminded everybody it's a very good habit to get into once you've loaded that and positioned it where you want in your layout. Save your layout and let the system call it default layout. And that way, when you come back tomorrow, the new cloud link will be in there for you, ready to go. It's a real easy way to share settings with friends or other traders, or if you guys are having issues, we have you send us the cloud so we can look at the configuration and say, well, this is why that stock didn't come through. It didn't meet this filter requirement. And all filter requirements have to be met for you to see the symbol. Interesting. So when you load my scans, it loads more columns into yours that I have on mine. That's a new one. I haven't heard that one before. It's possible that it just might be kind of assimilating to the default top list settings that you have over on your side. That's a guess. I don't really know. But if you wanted a really concrete, concise answer, you'd probably need to email us and maybe even show us a couple of screenshots. And if there's something that needs to be investigated, we can look into it. Well, yeah, it doesn't have to bother you to make a stink out of it, but it might be interesting if our developers knew about it. It's not a big deal, but they need to know like everything that happens. It's up to you. If you want to inquire, we can reply and investigate. But I know you're pretty adept at using just the configure columns window. You can come back into columns and you can remove anything that you don't want in there. Oh, yeah, we're just doing a doji day today. Just another day of rest in the SPY and the queue. All right, well, as usual, the hour has gone by pretty quick. I imagine Barry will be coming in and having another conversation. Let me get ready for that, actually. All right, guys, a couple more minutes with you. Anything else you want to talk about? Any other charts you want to look at? I think it's very difficult to be a short seller in this market when the Fed is basically working against you at every single moment that they can. Boy, I saw an interesting video last night from an economist I really like. It's called Heresy Financial. I think his name is Joe Brown. 30-something smart economist, speaks very well. And he was talking about inflation, what's happening in the market. There's just so much liquidity being thrown at stocks. And he thinks at some point that the Fed is literally going to turn around and start buying stocks at the window like they do right now, buying debt and buying assets at the window. And when we get to that point, he's saying, and I agree with him, you probably don't want to be a stockholder when the government has to come in and start propping up stocks. It's not going to be a good sign. But until then, the market does not want to sell off. The Fed has the bulls' backs, and it's just the way it is. I'm not a big. Okay, so we got a couple good ones here. So perfect circle. I'm not huge on the inverted yield curve, but I know I saw a chart yesterday, and it happened very quickly. I'm not an expert in debt and stuff like that, but I know it's not good. And I know it portends a recession, and the speed and the velocity at which we went to the inversion quickly on the spread was a bit concerning. So that's not good. Todd, AMBL, wants to look at ABML. No, AMBL? Why am I not getting that chart? Were you dyslexic? ABML you meant? Yep. Beautiful looking chart. Look at how it came out of that consolidation, and the moving averages are just shooting it higher. This is probably day 2 of a pretty good move here. I wouldn't enter it here. I would never enter anything after that much movement. But what we got is an intraday situation here where if the price wants to sideways and hold that level, it could move higher. Honestly, I feel like it's just going to probably get a little soft and washy here towards the end of the day, and it might start to pull back a little bit. But it's a good looking chart. American Battery, huh? Interesting. Another battery metal ore. Yeah, you're on those. Welton, long on rig. Think you had it as a trade of the week. We did, but it got blown out because the pullback was way too steep. We liked it back here, and this day right here just stopped us out. But as these things overcorrected, they're now starting to come back. I like the energy sector still. I still like rig. I still like Arch. I still like BTU. Some of these other interesting names. But yeah, that looks good. That looks good on rig. I would stay with it. I think. And again, OIHs today have been pretty strong. They're falling back a little bit, but they were stronger earlier. What else? Do I come regularly here on Wednesdays? Yes. Steve and I am here on noon Eastern every Wednesday. We got this new format going on here with Barry, who might even be lurking and ready to come back in and say hi. I don't know. It looks like we got all of the questions knocked out. Likes for me to type in the chat so he can see it. I hear him.
All right, Steve.
I hear a
me?
Barry.
I can hear you. Yay,
I hear
we did
you.
it.
What a
And
handoff.
can you see my screen now?
It's changing. I can see your screen now. Look at that.
All right.
We are
Technology works.
We are not Luddites. We know how to figure this stuff out.
Exactly.
All right. Well, that's all for me. Back to you, Barry.
Okay, thanks, Steve.
All right.
How many does that take? How many does that make you, Perfect Circle? How many scans you have now? Man, I've been watching this for the YouTube people. 25. Well, that's crazy. You know that's crazy. You know it's crazy, and yet, and you know that's the definition of insanity when you keep doing the same thing over and over again. And you know it doesn't work. Why are you doing that with 25 scans? All right, guys, I'm just kind of watching this. Okay, there it goes. All right, let's see if you got any legs at all over this 180 for the GME. All right, AMBC is now ugly. I'm going to just forget about it. It's now, for me anyway, categorized as ugly. Looks like it's going to actually break down here. So I'm going to forget about watching it. Yes, Vicky. Yes, Vicky. Yes, Vicky. The chat keeps getting disconnected. That's interesting. That doesn't happen very often, Market. So I don't know what to say. I mean, you might have to use another browser, maybe. I don't know what browser you're using. Um, I don't know if that's happened before for you in the past, but certainly that is not happening. Otherwise, I'd get a lot of people saying the same thing. All right, there's your, okay, I see why you guys are talking about dogs, D-O-G-Z, D-O-Z-Z, from Zach Scan. Yeah, this is actually short. Wow, a lot of shorts available. Interactive Brokers, 1.6 million available. You're saying that DRCT has been good. Okay, last time I saw DRCT, it was not doing this. Actually, it was pulling back quite a bit. But yeah, I mean, such a low float, 2.5 million in the float. All right, guys, I left that in there just so you could see what happened. Okay, I left that stop in there for AMBC. So if you have a difficulty obeying your stop, you can use sort of an auto stop. Even if you don't have Interactive Brokers or E-Trade, your broker will have a way in which you can put a stop in, and if it triggers, it'll take you out of the trade. I wanted to leave this in, and this is wrong. The total P, and that's wrong. Oh, okay. If you don't run them, I'm talking perfect. If you don't run them all at once, that's fine. I mean, I've got a lot of different scans too that I don't run all the time. So, okay, you're off the hook. Oh, I see this one is halted. This Sky Harbor, SKYH 105. So it's still in the halt. SKYH. And let's see what's happening with it. This is a volatility halt, SKYH. That doesn't sound promotional at all, Rob61. CEO says, you know what? A fairly large company will be buying the company's van vehicles in the close future. First of all, pretty terrible language, but we're phrasing. But that doesn't sound promotional at all. And that's MULN. And it did spike. And that's the reason. All right, so let's analyze this. So if you look left on the daily chart, what do we see? We see 278 is the next high, and then we see 290. I mean, a ton of volume coming in, low float, 49 million shares again have traded. That's about not quite 12 times the float. All right, let's see if this okay, SkyH just opened. SkyH, SKYH just opened, and it popped. Let's see, what was the alert at 2261? So what did it pop up to? Didn't really get that much higher. You know what, guys? Takes this out. 2261. Look left. What do we have? 25. Are you kidding me? We got 25 here. Oh shoot! I just missed it. But it's a bad spread. I don't know. I feel like I'm calling a horse race right here because 2306, 2320, 2348, 2450. It's they're trying to make it untradeable with a dollar spread. Now they've tightened it a bit, 2765. But yeah, but they're almost making it untradeable. What did this one do in the past? Ah, yeah, this is that crazy one that went up to $43. Oh man, this is just going to. When did this get up to a few days ago? Not that long ago. I don't really remember it. I don't really remember this one when it got up to $44, 43. Not that long ago. Well, if you look at the spread at Blue Moon, I mean, you get a spread, like something that bid at 24 and asked 25.20. I mean, it's pretty difficult to commit. It's sort of a phrase I use. I'm not I'm not saying there's a conspiracy theory, but I mean, it's very difficult to trade something that has such a hard spread. So I just use the phrase, they're trying to make it untradeable. If that makes sense. I mean, what are you going to do? If you see something that's bid, 2360, 2487 right now, it will, unless, you might be able to get a bid in between and get a fill, but well, the market makers, the market, the blue moon, the market, whoever they are, whoever it is, it's just a phrase. It's just a phrase. See, now it's 2401. Okay, so they actually, for a brief period in time, whoever read that book, they made it tradable. Yeah, that MULN, it kept going through that. I think it went through the 200. No, I'm wrong. And another one that is ripping, that we talked about earlier, is that LITM. No, there are no market makers working with trade ideas. No. No, we got nothing to do with the market in that regard. Real, I like the blue you had. It's kind of hard to do differentiate yourself now, but that is up to you. All right, guys, I actually took a little loss on GME. I had a gain and I was trying to hold on, but when it broke underneath 180, so I took a little loss on this GME. So I'm going to forget about it for now. Got just over 180 and it popped up to 183. I was willing it to get through, but it didn't. Got a little greedy. Well, I'm watching this SKYH in case it gets over 24 again on the bid, and maybe it starts to run again. That's all I'm highly risky, highly risky with that crazy low float. Okay, highly risky. All traders are looking at though is I don't remember this at all. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 days ago. I don't remember this going up to $44. I really don't. How's my little favorite algae doing today? I haven't seen it at all. Any of my scans? Yeah, it just really dropped. Not much though. Okay, one moment, please. Thank you, Pepe. I don't know why I'm muted, but I am muted, yes. I'm muted because I turned it off, but I can't remember why. Yeah, so there's, look at all the volume that came into MULN on that CEO suggesting some mystery buyer for their product. And I'm only watching this one just in case it has another surge back up. Not very much volume, really, but look at that crazy little float. And the answer is no, Vicky. Boy, Rite Aid just getting crushed here, guys. For some reason, I don't know. Again, I mean, I'm seeing some news today that they're going to be administering second COVID shots, but I mean, that can't be the reason. CVS to pay $484 million to settle opioid case. It's being lumped into all those headlines. So it just seems a little bit crazy that it's just getting slammed like this. Oh, I don't doubt it. But, all of a sudden, kind of out of nowhere, it's just getting slammed. Now, I mean, the market's going down. So, I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's just reacting to the overall market conditions, but potentially, I guess. But I should have just stuck with my tag short. I'm not in it anymore, but it continues down. It actually broke down through that little fantasy area I was thinking of, but well, Zach, 500,000 shares available at Interactive Brokers, a short MULN. Yeah, I'm not sure what the actual definition. I mean, I think it's in the definition. I don't know what that means exactly. You know, it has to be a certain percentage of the previous volume. But if you click on help, it might tell you. Not 100% volume. No. If you're talking about the VWAP crosses, you know, instead of, you know, it can cross up on 10 shares, down in 10 shares, up in 10 shares. So I don't know. It's probably a percentage of previous volumes. I actually don't mind it. I actually don't mind the confirmation. I really don't. I'm going to let's take a look a little bit more now about what's happening with those crosses. Really haven't looked at them today or yesterday. Done. Zach, done. Now we'll see. It's basically right where I shorted it. I'm talking about the MULN. Just want to see, don't want to see it get above 3. That's one thing. If it gets over 3, I'm done, gone, bye. Interesting. You know, the market's down, and yet we're getting many more on the new highs than we are on the new lows. But check it out. Probably a lot. First of all, probably cheap. Well, they're all cheap, but I want to see what the Yeah, actually, it's a big float. 302 million in the float. That's a big float. I'm going to say a lot of low floaters. Yeah, there's one LITM. Low ADGI. That's been a mess. In my opinion, a messy one to try to trade today. AKBA, well, was the response letter good or bad? And we can, oh, I guess it was halted. Oh, I see. And it's still halted. Not good. Man, guys, rad. Yeah, well, good call, Shady. I didn't see that, but all right, give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. Oh, come on, Melvin, do something. Don't just sit where I shorted you. MULN. Yeah, I'm just looking at my thumbnail charts. Just a lot of choppy action, not a lot of super trending. I need some new thumbnail charts. Just not a lot of really, for me, the stuff I'm looking at. I'm not saying there's nothing out there, but Well, here's Y10 making a little move through the 200-day moving average, or right at the 200-day. All right. Well, I said Rite Aid might have some support right around where it is. Takes that out. I just wish all this weren't here. I wish it were just a clear shot down to this 820 level. Okay, guys, I'm out of the MULN. I may look at it again if it takes out 290 the second time, but I'm out of it. Not a moment too soon. Hey, who knows? Maybe I flipped my script. What's the next high looking left? 328. What did I get up to here? 420.
I found these results on search.
Yeah, big consolidation also for SYRS. Big consolidation. Volume came in. See if there's any sort of news on it. I don't see any specific news on it. Pretty good volume, 5 times normal. This one was pretty active yesterday. I'm not sure I know this one at all. LIAN. Not sure I ever saw it. I did see it yesterday on that pop. I don't know if this was a true IPO or a SPAC. Let me see if I can see the news on it on the. Oh, this is a month. Well, that's last year. So I don't know. I don't know if it was a SPAC or an actual IPO. If it's an IPO, well, SPAC or IPO, horrible. Like most of them. Okay. Oh boy, this ADGI. Now I'm not going to short it. I was going to short it. Well, maybe. Look at this. Look at this breakdown right here. Still up 37%. It's an earnings play. But we didn't get anything on my watch list down on the downside. Well, Blue Moon, because I'm an intraday trader, no, because I'm mainly somebody who likes to see things near the high of the day, is I usually sort on the position and days range to show the ones that are right near the high if I'm using a top list. Most of my scans, though, are alerts. You know, I don't use a lot of top list scans during the day. All right, Zach, is MULN going to do it now? How did your RH end up? I know you did very well on it. Okay, well, it just based for you, so you could still be in it. I mean, the only thing we can look at right now with the MULN is this kind of a doji in that previous 15-minute candle. You know, there's the high up there, the low here. MULN now, maybe. Maybe. BNOX just got halted. For what reason? Let's see. BNOX just got halted. Boy, 44,000 shares. Well, you can use the put call ratio, maybe, Blue Moon. The put call ratio. Right? And fiddle around with the ratio to get what you're looking for. But if you do a search on options, so the put call ratio, so that'll tell you if there are more puts than calls or calls and puts. Otherwise, you could put the put volume and then there's the call volume in two columns also, but you can put the ratio. BA, Boeing, what's happening with Boeing? Yeah, a little bit of a pop here for Boeing, for sure. 1338, this is pretty, yeah. Adds 73 airplanes in Russia to export the violation list. Well, Mullen is just hanging in there. I refuse to believe it's going to stay there for the balance of the day. Stop the insanity. Whoa, no kidding, stop the insanity. My goodness. The last time you or somebody pointed this out to me, it was here, $28. Oh, no kidding, stop the insanity. Well, you know, it's funny. That's what I was kind of, and you look at that, I mean, it's not a crazy, crazy low float, 30 million in the float. I mean, so it's not crazy low. That's what I was wondering if the Sky H would do. You know, just because of what happened a few days ago, I thought maybe the Sky H with that crazy low float might do something. But oh, stop the insanity is right. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Well, the only good thing if you're looking to short Mullen is that it's, you know, it's tried to break free a few times, but it is that low float. So you always have to be careful, you know, it's got that low float. All of a sudden, if for whatever reason people want to get excited about it again, they could just blow it right up. So with that float. Maybe to 100, who knows? Yeah. I mean, look at the volume. I mean, the volume is not abated yet. Yeah, that's why sometimes it's really hard to know what a float value is. Some of these really, really cheap ones. Boeing wasn't one of them though, was it? All I looked at, I just saw Boeing and I read some news about it. I didn't see I didn't see what you posted. That is a move though for Boeing. It's $3. I mean, that's pretty good. $3 move, $500 million in the float. Meanwhile, boring little Rite Aid just keeps making a new low after a new low after a new low. RAD. All right, let's see about this pullback here for FRGE. Boy, the volume is not decreasing in this FRGE. Look at this. I mean, this is the biggest volume bar of the day right now. I don't see any news on this. I mean, again, the SPAC at 24. So we can definitely put a big check mark beside this one. So far. All right, this BNOX opened, if it means anything. I don't think there was very much volume. Yeah, so BNOX, I mean, it showed up on the House resumes, but not a big deal. All right, let's see what they are. Sort of lost my desire for them for a while anyway, but you know what? The way the market's trading now, probably a good idea to take a look at them again. All right, so a little lesson here, guys. You want to follow IPOs. So I'm going to go to my IPO calendar. I'll give you the link. So this is what Cam is saying. QSAM, wow, 1.7 million shares. Yeah, 1150. So this is what you do. Want to follow an IPO? Let me shrink this just a little bit here. Actually, I just have to move it up. Okay, so I'm going to put QSAM in chart. Of course, it doesn't trade. Well, what was it doing before? What year was this? Why is this working? What's QSAM doing? Oh, this is today. No, it isn't. What? Okay, now I'm confused. I did type it incorrectly. QSAM. It's an uplisting. Okay. Okay, we forget about that one then. Let's go Genius. The Genius Group. That's tomorrow, GNS. So this is what I do. Oh, and who's involved? Do a little search on who's involved. Boosted, okay, we've seen them before. So 3.3 between 5 and 6. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to put a price alert at 1. Obviously, it's going to be above that. And 3.3 million. So when I do get the price alert tomorrow, if it does open, I'll know a little bit more about it. Okay. In 5 and 6, I know what this means. And then boosted. So for instance, if this opens at 10, we know there's enthusiasm, right? Was there another one? Rail Vision, another one. RVSN. And who's involved in this one? So 3.6 million shares. So I'm going to right click. I don't know why that's happening, but one. So 3.6 million. And say between 4 and 6. 4 to 6. And who's involved in that one? Aegis Capital. Okay. Heard about them. And last but not least, Expon, 2.2 million. I mean, these are just so low. So I'm going to type in Expon. Create the, I don't know why that's, okay, create the price alert at 1. And who's involved in this one? So Paulson, 2.2 between 7 and 9. Okay, 2.2 between 7 and 9. And Paulson. My opinion, this is a better way. We get the question a lot. Do you have an alert for an IPO? In my opinion, this is a better way to do it. Okay, spend some time on the weekend. Take a look at the calendar. Okay, and do exactly what I did. Put a price alert of 1. Put how many shares, the price range, and maybe if you recognize a manager, put it there. Then when we get the price alert, it pops up on your screen. And you're not totally, you kind of have a bit of an idea about what it's all about. Okay. Brent, I don't know if that shows an insider lockup period for IPOs. It might, but I don't know. I haven't looked at that. Lockup period. Yeah, not in this particular one. Available only to subscribers. Most of the time it's 6 months, I would say. Okay, so there is the IPO Scoop calendar or website. You want to take a look at that? I will not buy Beyond Meat from Zach Scan, okay? Then 1 minute later, definition of a tortured trade. Actually, it's a win-win. If you lose, well, you hated the company. If you win, well, you made some money. All right, guys, give me a moment. You know, I almost flipped the script for me on that one for the MULN, but I did not. All right, well, that FRGE is above 40 again. Let's see if it just rips here, gets close to CAM's 100. Okay, give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. Yeah, so the question was in the YouTube room, treating an IPO the day of. I mean, it's not easy, obviously. What I usually do, if I want to, and the reason why these ones, of course, the ones that I just posted or put in there, I mean, they can be incredibly wild because hardly any shares and very low priced. Okay. A lot of times, what I'll do is I'll wait a couple of hours and then put a price alert at the high of 2 hours, and if it takes it out later on, I may get involved. Okay, but it's not that I, you know, when I get in, when the IPO launches, that I immediately hop into it. No. But we've seen some crazy price action the day of. Some of these, we haven't seen it lately, but we had a couple, I think, China ones last year, or it's either earlier this year or late last year. You know, that 4 to 6 range, and I know one of them went up to about 40, and the other one went up to about 70 in a couple of days. So I mean, it's not easy. I don't hop into the IPO when it comes out. No. So we don't have the increase in relative volume with the option volume, okay? That's number one, Blue Moon. You can try a race. I know, in fact, if you, tell you what, why don't you email Chris and ask him, he's got a race based on, I think, increased option volume, okay? Relative volume, kind of. So email Chris. I don't know if he's still running it, but you can try that. Yeah, I know he's been running some races like that, so he might have a better idea. I don't run a race on the option volume increase. That might be what you're looking for. So, and on the ratio though, just, here's the math. I mean, let's just say, let's make the math super simple. Let's say there were 10 puts, 100 calls. Okay. If that's the sort of ratio you want, because remember, the filter is the put to call ratio. So if you want to see like high calls to puts, you could put 0.1. Is it a ratio or a percent? I can't remember. It should be 0.1, I would think. Yeah, it's a ratio. So yeah, so it's a ratio. So imagine if you, again, let's make the math super simple. If you want more calls than puts, okay, so let's just say there were 10 puts, 100 calls, 10 over 100 is 0.1. So if you put 0.1 here, you're going to get like 10 times the calls to puts. If that's what you want. Okay? Oh my gosh. No, I haven't looked at this at all, but look at this stupid little buy. It's probably untradeable. Actually, the spread isn't as bad as I thought it would be. But this BNOX just got halted again or resumed. The first halt was at 723, but it's, now it looks like it's gonna get halted again. Now the spread is like 1040, 945, 1049, a dollar spread. Yeah, so it all depends on what ratio you want. So if you want more calls and puts in terms of a ratio, 5 times. Well, as I said, I just showed you how you would do it 10 times. You just put 0.1 in the min. You want 20 times, 0.05. You know what I mean? So and that's the thing. You don't know what you want. I mean, you just have to experiment. I mean, as I said, I'm talking to someone in a YouTube room. If you put 0.1 in the min box, that'll mean that the calls are 10 times the puts. Okay. So you can start there. If you want a different percentage, you just have to work around that min. If you just want them, 2 to 1, then it's 0.5. Well, will the craziness start again with the FRGE? Well, guys, I've got my sound alert on, and just nothing happening. It's waiting on see if that. Wow, look at it go now. Maybe, guys, the FRGE. I mean, listen, not for everybody, but you can kind of see if it takes out that high, some craziness could happen. And the volume is picking up. What if you're right, Cam? All right, guys, I'll be right back. And Chewy making its way down, CHWY. So I'm getting some alerts for this one. Chewy making its way down, and it's been a kind of all day. I mean, it's really, for me anyway, not that dynamic, but since that 43 break, a little bit. It's an earnings play, of course, and as I said earlier this morning when we were first looking at it, it's got room down to the 41 level. That's where I think there's some support. All right, guys, sorry about that. An email that came in. I wanted to check it out. Okay, Jess. So typically with a broker, you have to go in a limit order. You cannot set market orders like stop losses, pre-market and after hours. That's typical anyway. I cannot tell you about E-Trade. That's across all platforms. So I guess I'm going to answer. The answer is yes. You cannot. You have to go in if you want to get out of something in the pre or the post market. You got to go in and basically go in a limit order. Okay. Well, here we go again. Another attempt for this one to maybe do something crazy. I'm talking about the FRGE. Well, guys, so much for Tilray. There we go. Remember Tilray and some of the other cannabis plays? They were moving higher in the pre-market. Look at this. Look at this. Okay, so Scott, I'm not sharing my exact layout. What I'm sharing are scans, okay? So if you want my scans, this is somebody in our YouTube room. If you want my scans, you go to my homepage. Okay, go to my homepage. When you click on that link, you will see, this is what you're going to see. And guys, don't forget Spring Break 25. I don't know how much longer it's going to be. It may be over tomorrow night. So it's Friday, right? Yeah, maybe. I'm sorry, it's Thursday night. It may be over at the end of March. So, you want to get 25% off. Take advantage of this. I'm very surprised we got a 25% off promo on. Anyway, Scott, so go to my scans section right here, and here are the scans that I'm sharing. Okay, kind of pick and choose which ones you want. Okay. Boy, oh boy. And now look at Hood. After the big day it had yesterday. Man, GME is really giving it up now, guys. I should have shorted it. Getting close to that 200-day moving average, 164. Will it hold either today or tomorrow? If not, look out. Another flyer from yesterday, IGMS starting to give it up. Now, Real said that they were doing a financing around 23. Where's the room? Jeez. Yeah, guys, I accidentally did boot myself. I got so many tabs going, and I closed it down. Let me get this back. There we go. Okay, should be back now. It's the only issue having a couple of rooms that are tab based. Easy to shut down accidentally. Anyway. What time is it? 2:32. Okay, so one last talk about my homepage. I know everybody's interested in that. No, not yet, Zach. I'm waiting more for a big 3 break. I really am. All right, so click on my homepage, and this is what you're going to see. So obviously, a way in which you can take out a subscription. So again, this is not probably tomorrow night. I think it's the end of March. So spring break 25 for 25% off the first month only, or the entire year. But remember, start off with a monthly subscription, okay? Don't take an annual out unless you absolutely know you want the program. Because you'll get that 25% discount off the first month only. But if within 30 days you decide, yep, I want to take out an annual, we'll honor the 25%, okay? So you don't have to rush into an annual right off the bat. Try us out for a month. If you like it and you want to upgrade, great. You don't ever have to. You want to keep on a monthly, that's fine. This is what you'll pay going forward though, okay? 118 and 228. The big difference is the AI. Not a bad day today. And if you're just starting out, please take a look at the Let's Get Started. All right, here we are. All right, 1 of 10, download and installation. 2 of 10, first startup and login, etc. It'll take you about 30 minutes to go through this. So, trade of the week, sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Stock of the day video that I do at noon, and all the education is free right here. Okay, most of it, of course, geared specifically to trade ideas. We've got a great user guide that is searchable, the 20 introductory lessons, the support sessions. So today, as always, Chris will be there in our YouTube room between 3:30 and 4:30. So when I shut down the main room, you can head over there. I will put the link in. And the daily webinar. So today is Wednesday. This is one that I help out on. We're on the Monday, Wednesday rotation this week. Next week it's Tuesday, Thursday, but you can sign up for them all here. Today is with Brad and Dan, co-founders of Trade Ideas. And again, this is not specifically to trade ideas, but the back to basics, free. You're looking to start off, figure out how to trade. Starts off with what is a stock, okay? So it's a great free resource that we have. And if you want my scans, obviously you have to be a member. And here are the scans that I'm sharing, okay? So a lot of information, a lot of information here on the getting started, let's get started. And here, the education and my scans. Save my link, then you can look at these anytime you want, okay? Man, did I do it again? Something's going on. Yeah, something's going on because I know I didn't, sorry, something's going on. I know I did not get out of that. I did not close the browser, so I don't know what's going on. Just as well, what time is it? 2:37. I'm almost set to get on the mic or off the mic at 3 o'clock. The room will be open till 3:30. Before I shut the room down, main room at 3:30, I'll put the YouTube link in so you can head over and listen to Chris between 3:30 and 4:30 Eastern. You mean the noise canceling? No, it's not. It's not even on now. So oh, you mean the other? You mean the new streaming software too? I don't think so. It's probably user error. I just didn't realize. I didn't think I closed down tabs, but maybe I did. Give me a moment, guys. I'm just doing something in Twitter. All right, my Twitter duties are done. All right, guys, so 2:40, so another 20 minutes on the mic. Good time to ask questions. I'm not really doing too much right now. Just kind of get some emails done and things like that. So any questions, good time. Watching that FRG eat, see if it takes out that high. Now there is a big kaboom coming up, I think. I may be wrong. Boom! There, I was waiting for that. And then it came right back down. Pretty anticlimactic. Oh, man. You know, if you can't have a little fun. Yeah, I'm going to revise some of the things I'm watching now. I've got too much I'm trying to watch. I'm falling into that little trap. Perfect circle. You'll probably chuckle. So I'm going to have to revise a couple of things here. My end. Boy, look at that. I mean, what did it get to? It got right to 44 and the high was 44. I mean, amazing, isn't it, guys? I mean, right to the penny. I'm sorry, not. I'm wrong. 44.34 was the high. It got to 44. The volume is still, I mean, look at the volume. It's still really good. It's going to be so interesting to see what happens tomorrow with this. Basically a double today. Not shortable for me. And I think Zach said shorts are very hard to locate. Rosie, I don't think you're not talking to me, are you? That's more for option players, which I'm not. All right. Well, I'm in this little MULN. Let's see how dynamic it is. I wanted to see if it could break 3 a little bit more than just by a penny. So I'm in this one. 295. What about shorting Micron, MU? Okay, first of all, okay, well, it had earnings, right? It had earnings after hours. Yeah, see, I look at the weekly chart. It's a mess. I mean, it's just choppy, up and down, up and down, up and down. So, I mean, yeah, right now it's been straight down. You're also looking at the 200-day moving average, 79.50. 79.50, it's sitting right on it. Obviously, if you can take that out, then the next low looking left is 76.86, which is not that far away on a percentage basis. So I don't know. I mean, but the main thing here is that 200-day moving average that it's sitting on. I mean, will that hold it? We don't know. I didn't see that really. KJ, there may be, I don't know of one. I mean, maybe just do a search, literally delisted stocks or upcoming delisted stocks or something like that. I don't know of one. I've never really thought about it before, but I mean, I'm sure if you do a Google search like that, you'll come up with something. All right, guys. What time is it? 2:49. So again, muting myself at 3. Room will be open until 3:30. Any last minute questions, please ask them now. This is sort of, I mean, this is in my watch list. It's not going to trigger today because the relative volume is too low and also the volume is too low. User testing. I mean, this has had a nice little run over the last few days. I guess this is, I don't know if this is a SPAC. Let's take a look to see if this was a SPAC. What day is this? No, this is monthly. I keep looking at the monthly. So I don't know, you know, the way it's priced, it looks like this was a SPAC that became user. Is that a consensus? I mean, I can always ask the, you know, it's nothing I can do. I can always ask the developer of the room to do that if that is a consensus. Just do a vote. Oh, it looks like it's, I'm looking at the forge, guys. See if I can do a quick poll here. I haven't done a poll in a long time. Well, as I try to figure out how to do that, what is there a consensus that the moderator should be on the left-hand side instead of the right side? Anybody have like Shady's got a strong opinion about it? If you go to the off topic, you can see what he's saying. Anybody else have a strong opinion, or does it matter? Or never even thought about it before. To be honest, never thought about it. See if I can figure that out. So I guess if I'm going to see left or right, that'll be. I Wow. I didn't know it was such a hot topic. Wow. Okay. I'll ask the developer then. I'll ask the developer. I haven't got, but I wonder, this might be skewed. I'm only seeing lefts. I can't believe nobody's saying right. Well, there you go. So unfortunately, the rights did not show up in that poll. It was only the lefts. So it doesn't. Now that I'm reading, it says doesn't matter. I think maybe I'll just leave it then. Seems to be split now that I'm reading everything. Seems to be split. So unless it was overwhelmingly, I'm not going to change it. Okay, guys, so 2:56. I'm just going to put the announcement in right now, okay? I'm still here, but I just want to put the announcement in. And I'm going to check up that NVIDIA information that somebody posted earlier about noise cancellation. The election was rigged. I don't know why. I had one was left and two was right. So I don't understand. I got to work on my polling. Oh, Brent, we were just talking about in the main room where the mod should be on the right-hand side or the left-hand side. I kind of think the left because, I mean, that's where all the action is. We're only over here every now and then, but that's just me. I swear, watch what I did. Poll. Enter question. Make it brief. Mods, left or right? Obviously, I didn't do it right. Left. Add a choice. Right. Add the choice. Oops. Okay. That's what I saw. Send poll. Everyone recommended. Okay. No, now it's okay. Well, I'm doing it again. The rights have it. All right. Why is the SPY falling? I don't know. Tensions around the world, gas prices going up. Really, Brent? Well, I'll tell you what. Here is the main room. If you want a little more action, YouTube's not bad, but if you want more action, come into the main trading room, okay? This is the link. Now I'm going to be putting myself on mute in about a minute. But this is the main, but you can come in. A lot of other traders are in there throwing around ideas. Okay. All right, guys, it is now 3 o'clock. So I will put myself on mute. Then if I have to, I'll hop back on the mic if I have to answer a question via the mic. And it's actually you're in the main room. You're in it. Okay. So whatever you did to get into the room, do it again. Chris, I see you're in there. You want to take over now? I don't know if you can hear me. Chris, this is hilarious. No, I can't hear you. No, why can't I hear you? Let me check my my Bluetooth. It says it's connected.
All right, there we go. Now you should be able to hear me.
Okay, now I hear you. Okay.
That was
Okay.
me. Sorry.
Okay, good. I'll stop.
Perfect. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Okay, bye.
All righty, everybody. Happy Wednesday. Another exciting day in stock market land. 3:30 Q&A here for trade ideas. Today we go open forum with this, so any and all questions, fire those away for me, please. Sure, Blue Moon, hit me with the question. And of course, anybody else, any questions, let me know. And click around at a few things I watched during the day today here while I wait for anybody to throw some questions. So oil and gas was getting some love earlier today. Not anymore. And I thought, maybe going into earnings, this might have a run up, but it never cleared any level that made me really interested in it. And the volume died on it very, very quickly as compared to, anything else here. So, you can see that relative volume there, and we could see how fast it really moved down. There's a one volume spike later in the day, but I think that was a death gasp. So that was that. All right, let's see. Question. I want to find stocks that get a big increase in call options activity, but the stock price hasn't necessarily started to move. Yeah, we could kind of do something with that. So let's start this as a top list here. Excuse my sniffling prices here. We'll go, I don't know, let's say $4 to $150 for this exercise. And as I do this, if you have something you want to change, if you want to change on this, let me know. What's the benefit versus, well, with the alert, you're going to need an event, a new high, a new low, so on and so forth. If you just want to see price action to call volume, and you don't care if it's making a new high, a new low, a check mark, standard deviation break, a pull back from a certain amount, then just go with the top list, because all you're looking for is data and information at this point. You're not trying to find an alert, an event, that's going to be the difference. Right, but with that, then what's going to be the event that gets you looking? A new high on the day? Because you said you don't want price action to go anywhere, and alerts are a price action event, essentially. I guess there are a few 1 minute volume spike or relative volume ratio alerts. Those exist too. But I think in this case, you're not looking, you're looking for stagnant price action, and our alerts really aren't bent around stagnant price action in that kind of sense. There's a narrow bar range and things like that, but they're more based on breaks of what's been going on. So, I mean, we can start here with this anyways, and we can revisit as an alert window. Let's try to make sure we're looking at some kind of liquidish stocks, and depending on what time of the day it is, 175,000 shares traded by 9:50 a.m. Eastern is different than 175,000 shares traded by 2:30 p.m. Eastern. So keep in mind that things are relative to the time period in the market that we're looking at during the day. We'll go with 2 on the relative volume. Also, with the top list, we can sort based on call volume. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm not even going to use the call filter. We're going to go call volume. Right, and that's why we can do this in a twofold exercise. I personally, I've been doing something similar to this recently to find some action here, and some possible swing trades. And so this is actually what I've been doing, very similar to what I've personally been doing. So what I'm doing with the call volume here is I'm just going to sort by it actually. And so what I'm doing is I'm trying to find stocks and price range that I want to see it in, that there's some kind of liquidity to it, all right, by using a volume today, all right, in shares and the relative volume. So it works in a 2-step form. I don't want to see stuff that's only trading 50,000 shares, 70,000 shares a day. Personally, anyways, you might, and that's why you can go through and adjust things like this afterwards. But I want something that's really liquid, all right? Even if it's just starting to build up, something that's trading 2 times its normal volume and has only traded 50,000 shares today. I have no interest in that. That means it's trading 25,000 shares a day. There's no liquidity there. Not for me to be interested anyways. So again, we'll do it like this. I'll share things out and then we'll go over, some options and what you could do to change things. All right. But so what I've essentially told the scan right now is this. I want you to show me stocks between 4 and 150 bucks. They've have to have traded this amount here like this. All right. These 2 amounts essentially. And then I'm telling the scan, and I want you to bring the ones that have the most call options at the top of the scan today, or the most call contracts at the top of the scan today. And that's all I'm asking the scan to do essentially. And so we'll call it call volume. All right. And here we are. Now I did leave a couple things out that I actually want to do. Let's go to configure. All right. And let's go back to this here. Let's go to columns. I want to see the actual call contracts. So let's put that call contracts as a column here. All right. I think that's all I want to see for now anyways. All right. And now it's going to become a column here. Now we can see how many call contracts each of these has had. And if you're like me and you want it to be nice and gradient according to that, I'll go to properties, select colors. I'm going to go to call. And there we go. So now it's a nice gradient here. All right. And these are all the stocks in that price range that I selected that have traded the shares that I've asked it to select, and the relative volume meets that. These are the ones that have the biggest call contracts on the day. So here, ET, MU, Tilray, LAC, TEVA, Chewy. All right. So these are all of our stocks that are going to have that biggest call contract as of today. Mike C, what's happening? Thank you for popping in. Microvision here. These all have our biggest call contract volume for the day here. Now I'm not sure. Read back to make sure. So we don't have a way to say this has the biggest increase in call activity. And that's maybe where we'll have a disconnect in what you want and what we can do, because we don't have an alert for options, only filters for options. So as far as what we're doing here, all right, what I've been trying to do is go through and find stocks that have, some big call contracts, and then look at the charts to see, is there room to carry this forward the next couple of days? Now, just to give an example, what I've personally been doing here, I'm looking at NVIS, all right, and I'm seeing this call contracts. I'm seeing the volume and the price action here over this last little bit, and I'm looking at this trend line off this bottom here, all right, And that has me pretty interested right now. Okay. Couple that trend line with this up here. All right. And this relative increase in overall volume that's gone on. Now, if this volume continues to decrease, then maybe I don't have so much interest in it. But it certainly has me looking, the fact that it now has 39,000 call contracts on it today. Also, we could add some other items in here. Pete, how are you? There was definitely people able to get into that call. I had a dozen people in there, so make sure your permissions are set there. For anybody that wants for tomorrow, I'll drop in the link in a second, but there shouldn't be anything else that you need other than to be registered for that Zoom. Give me a minute, and I'll drop tomorrow's link in here now. So to finish up my thoughts here on this, we have an ascending triangle here, essentially. All right. And I see that there's a lot of call volume increase here, or not necessarily a lot of call volume increase, but there's a good amount of call volume here. There's an increase in overall volume here. All right. And we're trending up. All right. I figured you were, Blue Moon. So that's what we're looking at here. So, a couple of exercises we'll run through with this. All right. Also, it might behoove us, if we wanted to look at more options data, all right, search our options filters. Because again, all we have is options filters. There's no alerts, unfortunately, on options. We could also look at, and I'll go through what each one of these is going to mean real quick too. We could look at our our options volume percent too. So it's a 10-day average of just options volume. All right. And we can show this column as well. All right. And now we can see, all right, in this, as we show it as a column and expand some stuff out, this is doing almost 5 times its normal options volume over the last 10 days as well. So does someone know something? Is something heating up in the options market? I don't know. But, we've got a nice price increase. We've got this this rising wedge, this rising triangle here, all right? And rubber's going to meet the road on this price action and which way it's going to go. So that has me interested in swing trading wise in the stock as it is, all right? Now, what we could do, if you're looking to try to find and do this as an alert window, the best we can do is just define what are we going to consider call volume that interests us, all right? So I'm going to go ahead and share this out, all right, for this right here. So this is more of a homework scan as a top list to go through. I mean, you can obviously do whatever you want during the day with it, but the way I've been using scans like this is go through at the end of the day. I go through all these charts that are in here up to a certain point anyways, and I decide what has me interested. Why does it have me interested in? It goes on, different lists that I watch and move forward like that. And then Scott, I see your question. I'll get to you in just a moment here. So I'm going to go ahead and share this. Please, anybody that decides to take this, save it to your cloud, because I will more likely than not be deleting it in the next day or two from my cloud, as I have, other things that I look at. All right. So that's a way to do homework like that with that there. We can do this as an alert window, but it's going to look 100% different because we can't just sort on data in an alert window. On that, I didn't even need the call. I didn't need to put any information in that call filter. I just sorted on call data. I cannot sort on that data here. So for this, we're going to have to define values in these here. So options. All right. And we want to look at calls here. All right. So call volume today, and we can add that filter. Now we have to say, well, what do we want to look at for call contracts? What's the minimum amount of call contracts we want to look at? We saw stuff in the 100 to 30,000s that were in there. So I don't know. Let's start with a low number and see what it's going to return us in the history of today. So I'm going to go with 1,500. All right. For that here. All right. We'll give it a price. All right. And go with $40 to $150. Again, I'm going to go with 175,000 shares traded today and a 2 on that relative volume filter. All right. Maybe do we want to attach some other options data on there? I'm not sure. When I'm first building a scan, I want to keep it light with what I'm doing and then add filters as I want to narrow things down and maybe cut fat from the amount of alerts that I'm getting. That's how I build a scan. But with an alert window, we need a selected alert. All right. I default all my alert windows to open to this crossed above resistance. That may or may not work for what we're doing here. All right. So we can scan through what alerts we have, but this is where the difference between top lists and alert windows work and how they're both powerful, but they're powerful in different ways. Again, the top list, I didn't need to add a lot of filters. I could sort on the data I wanted. So I'm seeing the top data of what interests me the most happen to be call volume. I can't do that with this. So, I'm just looking at, items in here and maybe strong volume here. Maybe that's something we can do. It's going to be a ratio. I'm guessing, I just want to double check my stuff here. That's going to be a 10-day ratio. So what I'm doing is I just looking at this here. So several days, that's going to be 10-day average. I believe this alert can appear multiple times for a stock. If in the course of a day, stock trades 3.5 times its average volume, the stock will generate 3 alerts. First alert will occur when the stock's volume first gets to its daily average. Second alert will occur when it gets to twice. And additional is generated. Current volume crosses another integrated multiple average. It's going to be shares traded for usual prints. Is similar to high volume listed above. High relative volume is more precise. Look at only recent volume, today volume, and comparing it with the normal volume, it's time of day. All right, so we're going to go with strong volume for this here. We're just going to, we kind of have to experiment on this. We're going to add that alert. We're going to select it. All right, and so we've kept this very basic in this scan here. We're looking at stocks that have that strong volume metric, all right, for the alert between $4 and $150. Current relative volume's got to be at least 2. Traded 150,000 shares today and needs at least 150 call contracts on the day, 1,500 call contracts on the day. All right, and we're going to see what we got today. All right, and then we have to decide what's our threshold for too many alerts. Remember, there's no perfect window, of course, so there's not a ton of alerts that came through this on the day here. All right, but we got early alerts on this. Low charts. Isn't that something? All right, so here we go. So here are some alerts that are coming through. None of these worked out today. I took a small loss on this, as a matter of fact, today. So we can see a lot of these stocks actually gapped down today or gapped up pretty big today. All right. And keep in mind that options volume is generally going to be around earnings dates as well. All right. Here's Yeti. All right. And we can see what we can start to add columns here. I forgot to do that. So let's add some columns. All right. Let's add our call contracts for the day. All right. Let's go back in the history of today. All right. And so we can see what the call contracts were at the time for some of these alerts. All right. Chewy 23,000 call contracts at 10 by 10:19 this morning. And we can see that was nothing bullish there for us, right? 1500 by this, and this thing took off. All right. So it was 1500 here, 1600 here, you know, let's see, about 15 minutes later on these two alerts, 15 minutes. So 1,000 call contracts roughly in that 15 minutes. All right. So, these are the kind of metrics that we'll have to look at, have to think about what we want to be in there for that. And that's using that specific alert type. We can start to mess around a little bit. All right, let's just add new high, for example, on the day. All right, we'll put a couple of different alerts in here and see what these results were. All right, and this is where the trial and error comes in for everybody. We can throw unusual prints in here. Add that. We'll use 1 as the ratio, 1 meaning that it's doing normal. All right, so we want to see anything above normal. All right. Let's run this back now on the history again and see what happens. All right, so far, I didn't see anything that really interests me. At least not as a day trade. Let's see how early that came in. If we can find when DOGZ came in. All right, and this isn't going to make it back to the beginning of the day now either. A new high on the day might be the way to go with this. All right. And some of these could have been coming in earlier than what we see here. So some more actionable stuff with that new alert there, or with that new high alert versus the strong volume. One day doesn't give us a data set, though, unfortunately, but just trying to give us some direction where we might see interest or not see interest. We can continue to see what the call count is over here on the contracts. So, we can see quite a few of these, especially with these unusual prints. A lot of these are stocks that are actually beat up. So hopefully, between what we're going over here and what gets spinning for the wheels in everybody's head, gives you some direction, but it's looking to apply options to scanning and the volume of those options. I'm just clicking through a few more of these here. And we can see some of these, they don't have a ton of call volume. Others on these here, quite a bit, NEGG 11,000. GRFS, and this is one that went, crazy. This thing only had 1,600 call contracts by 11 o'clock this morning. Is that a lot? I don't know. I'm not an options person. But we can see the alert coming through, and it's not a ton of call contracts increasing with the price action of that. Where, we can see LAC, 37,000 call contracts on this. Probably pretty heavily traded stock in the options world. Just clicking through a few more of these here. So, it's hard to say, is this gonna, is it gonna pan out to something? I see a lot of these were gap down. So, we could always add a change from close filter to it to make sure we're not getting anything that gap down. But, also that will prevent you from anything that gaps down and reverses also by adding that change from close filter into it to make sure nothing gap down. So, these are the things we, keep in mind. And also keep in mind, some stocks are just heavily traded in options, period. I'd imagine if we, pulled up a Tesla, put Tesla, it came through this, we'd see a crazy amount of options contracts for it, both sides, puts and calls. Interesting stuff coming. Yes, definitely interesting and fascinating stuff that's through here. So that's why I like it as a top list, because I want to bring me the data and then I'll curate it from there myself. I like to do a lot of work and be prepared with charts coming into the next day. Notice that there's a lot of lithium that's been coming through this also in general. So lithium plays have been getting action, but not all of them are built equal in this call. LAC and LTHM had some pretty heavy call contracts. SIL, not very much on this call contracts here. There's also another lithium stock coming through. So, and like I said, it's not that one is better than the other. They're just different. And I get the idea of wanting that alert to say timestamp, boom, hey, pay attention to me. I just did something as a stock. But finding that happy medium with the alert window and what's the kind of call contracts you want to see, the overall volume you want to see, things like that. And what's the alert? In the end, that's the great thing about alert windows, and the terrible thing about alert windows is the alert itself. You have to find an alert that works with your filters. So I'm going to go ahead and share this out. I think, you have some stuff to go off of here. Anybody that watched along with this. Hold on, let me name it first. So it has some context in this window. Come on, mouse. Oh, I can't seem to click anything correct right now. All right, there we go. So alert. All right, let's call options. All right, so I'll go ahead and share this out with everybody. Here's the other thing too. This is where people start to discount, I think, these races. Okay, now I've created a top list, okay? And I'm going to race it based on whatever I want to race it on. But the top list is going to pull me in the stocks with the most call contracts. And now I can just focus on the top call contract stocks and race them based on what I want. And that's what I've done with these races down here, and I've been experimenting for about a week. So this week was kind of a wash because I've been under the weather and I really just have not been processing data. I've just been trying to keep up with what's going on. So keep that in mind, that races have taken top lists and almost given them an alert window feel to them. You're still not going to get that boom, hey, look at me, as a flash or as it saying, as an audible alert. But you're gonna see things that are moving here and say, boy, this stock on this options race is jumping out at me. Why? Maybe I should pay attention to that stock now, and set a price alert for it. And then you could set the price alert and have that attached to an audio alert. So it's ways of using different functions in the software kind of as teammates with each other. So, all right, I know there's some other stuff that came in. Let me see here. All right, let me get you a Zoom link for tomorrow. So for anybody that's, wants to be here with me tomorrow, Tuesdays and Thursdays are shifting moving forward. All right. So here is going to be where you can join me tomorrow. Also, for anybody that was here and said that Zoom through my broadcasting on YouTube yesterday, Zoom will not allow me to broadcast in high def. So to YouTube. All right. That's them, not me. That's to register for tomorrow. So like I said, like I've been going over, moving forward, I'm going to be more Zoom. I'll still live stream on YouTube. There's limitations to YouTube streaming through Zoom, but Tuesdays and Thursdays are going to be geared towards a lot of new subscribers. All of our new subscribers are receiving welcome emails that offer what I'm doing on Tuesdays and Thursdays as a welcome webinar. Monday, Wednesday, and Friday will stay open forum just exactly as I've done here. There will be no Zoom for the time being on Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays. All right, but there's that Zoom one. So get registered for that tomorrow if you want to be here. Like I said, the more new subscribers that jump into it, the less open forum Tuesdays and Thursdays will be able to be more structured. Hi, Chris, new trader. I'm interested in learning to paper trade swing. So Scott, I'm just catching up to you. I apologize. Hopefully you're hanging in there for me still. To paper trade, swing trades to start. Is there a pre-done screen in the cloud? Would work best. So first thing I always tell anybody interested in swing trading, all trading, especially swing trading, is data interpretations. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and share out a scan right away here. Swing trading is dependent, very dependent on markets trending. When we have ugly chopping markets like we've had for weeks, months really, to be honest, very, very hard to swing trade. Very hard to swing trade. All right. The quote unquote good ideas out of those are few and far in between. All right. As the saying goes, rising tide lifts all boats. But with that said, most any scan can become a swing trading scan, but you have to answer these questions. What's my time frame? What makes me interested in a swing trading chart? Why am I interested in that swing trading chart? And what's my plan for that swing trading chart? All right. So I'm going to go over how this kind of ties together what I'm saying. So I just shared a scan that I call my evening scan. All right. In the scan, this is where I curate most of my swing trading ideas from. All right. And the way it works for me is this: inside the scan, I'm looking at stocks between $4 and $40, traded 175,000 shares today. Has to be doing at least their normal volume over the last 10 days. That's what that one relative volume means. They have to be 75% above their 20-day range, meaning that we're moving up over the last 20 days. And I like to see stuff that closed strong today. So 75% above the low of today's range. So I'd like to see some running momentum, not only over the last 20 days, but going into tomorrow. And that's what I've done there. And I'm trying to find a lot of kind of rounded bottoms or cup and handles out of this. Not sure that I'm going to find what I'm looking for in this. Not so much today there. This one has me kind of sort of interested. All right. But, also I look at things like this. When you see stuff like this that has gone on, all right, right there, that has me hesitant. All right. The old TP formation. But, doesn't mean I discount it completely. But you have to understand that there's a lot of people all through here that own that stock that are just praying for that stock to get anywhere near there so they can dump their shares on the willing buyers here. All right. So we have to ask ourselves, at what point is this supply exhausted by this demand coming up here? All right. So these are things that I go over. And so there's no scan, just like there's no scan that says, hey, this is a day trade. There's no scan that says, hey, this is a swing trade. Every scan returns ideas, and what we derive from those ideas is based on our trading plans. All right. So we're going to click through these. I'm going to show you how and why, I'm looking at these items in here. I'd like more data on this chart. I just want to see what this is actually about. Scale energy storage. This is going to be kind of a battery play, I think. Leverage cost of energy while maintaining power reliability, excuse me. Not enough data for me on this, but I'd say this. If someone said, Chris, this chart, I don't care if you lose money, how are you going to manage a swing position on it? I'd say, okay, you don't care what I lose. I can do whatever I want with it freely. All right. Well, I think we have a defined level here. All right. For risk below there, who knows where we're heading? Is this going to be support? Is that going to be support? I don't know, but that's where I'm going to define my risks. So, we're looking at about risking $1.50. All right. And we can say, if we can get over this level here, 16, looks like we might have some room just up over 18. So we then say our risk, or R, all right, is risking $1.50. All right. And our potential reward is $2 based on if we can capture $16. Now we could get a running start on it if we want, and we could take a position here today at this level. All right. At that, see, that's not even, I just realized the market's even closed. I didn't even realize that. So we really closed at 1523 here. So we're not even really risking, this is based on whatever print happened in the after hours. I'm guessing that it's not exactly a liquid stock going on right now. We can see the 1 minute volume is 0. We see a lot of volume came into it at the end. So this might actually be a good swing idea for all we know. All right. What I'm trying to illustrate here, though, is how are we going to derive the idea into the actual plan here of the trading. So we could even say that maybe this is a 250 reward to this $1.50 risk here. All right. And you might say, well, where are you getting that number from? And say, well, what if we took it at 1550? What if we took it at this 1525 where it actually closed? All right. And try to get a running start in there. We have to decide, is that something we want to do? You can see massive volume increasing in here. All right. It's not seen volume like that since back here on the 27th. So, 28th, 9th, 30th. All right. We haven't seen that, into that here. So, that's what we have to look at here with all this. All right. But that's hopefully that all makes sense. Also, something odd here. That should be the 30th and not the 31st. I want to take a screenshot of that. All right, and let me know if anybody has questions on anything I'm going over on any of this, because I think this is something that can help a lot of traders to be able to understand swing trading and, how to apply it to any scan. All right. So, that's what I'm getting at here is, first, it's always a puzzle with trading, and you get to decide the pieces of the puzzle. Part of the puzzle is what kind of charts are you interested in? Why are you interested in them? How do they reflect in your trading plan? How do they apply to your trading plan? Then once you establish those things, then you can start to build scans saying, well, I like stocks that are trending up. So we start to look. So like I said, I like stocks that are trending up. And that's why I use in this scan that position 20-day filter right here, right? And there's other filters that we could go through, with position and range, for example. If I could type, it would be great. All right. So, if we want to look at in 3 months or we want a shorter time frame, 10 days or 5 days. So these are the basis of when we're building a scan. I consider myself more of a swing scalper. So I like stuff that, 1, 2, probably 3 days and I'm out at the max. You better believe if I enter something today, it gets a big run up during the day. I'm probably selling part of that position unless I really believe her and it's going to keep going. That's how I trade. That's my plan. That's where I found the most success. All right. So, go through, so I've shared that scan, go through a few more of these charts here. LICY, that was the other battery stock I was thinking of. Was it? Was it, Chris? Was it the one you were thinking of? I can't remember. I really like at least a 2-to-1, 2.5 to 3-to-1 is really better because here's the way this works. If you can keep this number higher than this number, all right, you can fail more than 50% of the time and still watch your P&L go up. Now, when I say that, keep in mind this number becomes a hard number. That's my stop. That will never change based on anything ever. This number is tentative, and you better believe that if I see price starts to falter on the way up there and I don't like what's happening, whether it's in the overall market or the price action of the stock, and I'm up a good amount, I'm selling some here before I get to here. This is never a hard number for me. What I like though, is that this number is bigger than that number. So that's why, if you're at a 1-to-1 ratio, all right, if you're at a 1-to-1 ratio on this, and this gets hit 50% of the time, and that gets hit 50% of the time, you're, you're below water with whether you have commissions or whatever other fees that you have to worry about. There's going to be some kind of maintenance fee or something that you're going to get hit with somewhere in your brokerage. All right. So even at a 50% win ratio, you're down. Just by taking that to 1.5, all right, you're already putting yourself ahead of that curve and putting your equity curve in that direction. Again, this doesn't mean that we're ever going to look at a stock and it's going to get to where we're looking at for that reward. But let's look at realistic rewards. On a chart like this, it's, for me, things get hard trying to define to the upside and what would make me interested in a swing chart. And I'm going to throw a bunch of lines on here and show you why. And I used to do this a lot. I think any one of these lines that I'm throwing on here could represent resistance areas, all right? And there's no reason to not believe they wouldn't until they blast through them or not. There's no way to know ahead of time which one's going to be the real resistance, all right? But we can see on every one of these, price gapped up to that and failed. Price failed here twice. Price failed here the other day, all right? Price failed back here on this, and then it failed here on this. We snuck above it, but is it going to hold above it, or is it going to come back down again? So not exactly putting a great reward scenario as far as I'm concerned, as far as trying to scalp swing trade this. That's just how I'm looking at it with my eyes on this chart. You might look at it completely different and decide something completely different than what I'm deciding from looking at this chart. All right. But every one of those lines has some historical date in it where the price was met and rejected by that. And I could keep going up this whole line right here. And now we could do this with a lot of charts. All right. Nonstop. And we could probably do this with, almost any chart. But we also try to look at where price has really been the magnet and where it's done it a few times and maybe not so much. On this chart, there's not a ton of historical data to go back. This is a new issue. All right. That's why I just did that. And so we can see we have to work with what we have for data on the chart. All right. Where if we look at, let's try to find something else that might look nice in here. All right, STNG, we've got a lot more data to work with here. All right, now we look at where's price really been a magnet for. Sure, I could stick one here. All right, looks kind of good. I can stick one here. And remember, pivot lines are approximations, or better thought of as zones. All right, we can put these all through here. Now on this road up and down here, all right, am I going to stick one on every one of those? No. I'm not when I'm trying to decide if I want to take a swing position in it. What I'm going to do is probably stick one here, all right, and say to myself on these couple that I just put here, if I were to get a position here, there's a very good chance that, first off, I actually like this chart very much, number one. Actually, you can see it's in my like, as a matter of fact. All right, we can see that this line here has been significant going back to here, and we found it here. We didn't quite make it here on this day, but it still mattered on this day. And now we're playing around that line, and we closed above it pretty nice actually today. All right. So what we look at now is, let's say we take a position, and in the post market, we got to fill at 2080, for example. All right. And let's just say tomorrow we start to trend up this way. All right. This area right here has my eye going towards. I know that wasn't a great line. Let's do it like this, as a matter of fact. This area has my eye on it right here, that 2245. If my ultimate target is up around this 2450 level, but if we start to stall around this area, and let's say, for example, I've got 500 shares of it, you better believe I'm selling 100, 150 shares at that stall time right there, locking something in. That's for sure. All right. And if, let's say, I saw this line as my stop, you better believe that my stop is getting moved up to at least break even at that point. And then let's say that price hovers here tomorrow and it never gets through it, but it never really falls afterwards. All right, that's cool. We moved our stop up. We've locked in some profit. Tomorrow, the next day going forward, if we get some positive price traction again, and then we start to move to this level here, and I start to see something is stalling, or even at the 23 number, because 23 is a whole number, we can stall at whole numbers. These are all things I'm going to keep in mind as I'm managing the position. I'm going to be locking in some more profit, and you better believe that my stop is continued to move up to make sure that I'm protected and holding in that profit. I don't want to put money to work and have that money go to work and the time of that money go to work and then hand it all back 2 days later because the price reversed on me. That's foolish. Some of this can be contrary or contradictive to the sayings that we always hear, cut your losers short, let your winners run. I think sayings like that are great for people who are well seasoned, really understand price action, understand volume into that price action. I think people that are early into trading, take your winners, all right? Walk away with your winners. Stick to your stops, walk away with your winners, all right? Learn to build that instinct into those charts as a trader, all right? Some of this stuff can be very algorithm like, some of it isn't. Some people are going to develop better instincts than others. Some won't. But my point being here is that as price creeps up in a position, so should everything else along with it. So hopefully that's all making sense. You're all getting something out of this. Hit me with questions. I see Ansel, we got a question. Chris wanted to pick your brain. Have you heard of the buy the close, sell the open? What comes to mind when you hear this? Do you know what setups? What comes to mind is I'm a fool for not doing it now, and I'm a fool for not doing it longer overall. Michael Noss has ran some stuff about buy the close and sell the open on SPY alone since about 2010, and the numbers are staggeringly amazing. Having the discipline to do it is another thing. What do you consider buying the close specifically? What do you consider selling the open? Completely, those become a little bit arbitrary. I can't remember what he ran those numbers on, but I think he was buying in the last hour and selling it in the first 5 minutes, the way it worked. And yes, it's some really mind-boggling numbers into that, but doing it, I haven't applied it yet, so there's that. Yes, there's definitely something to that though. Buying the close and selling the open overall, no question about it. It's something I've considered doing with this scan, as a matter of fact, is in the last hour, start to find stocks that are really interesting me and then take a position in them towards the close in the last half hour and then putting a sell on open order for the next day, attached to a limit price. So yes, there's definitely something there. I think everybody should do research into it, into the stocks or indexes that they're interested in, that are interested and involved into that. SWCH, man, this one kills me. I took a position in this, a swing position in this, on this candle one day. And then I kind of said to myself, that was stupid, after so many days up in that chase. But I was like, you know what? I like it. I'm going to keep it. But I'd put a stop actually somewhere in this area here. And I came down and got stopped out. And then I was like, all right, well, I got stopped out. Not a big deal. It moved like that. I should have never chased it on that. And then it does this. So anyway, sorry. I see that chart. When I see charts, I know I made a foolish mistake on. Anyways, can't help but note that. But this might be one of those cases. SWCH could be one of those cases where, you bought the close here. All right. And you put a limit order to sell the next day, let's say at the 3150, for example, or something like that. I don't know. This thing does have some range to it. All right. You just sell a sell on open order. That could be dangerous though, because if it gaps down, obviously there's no way to predict the next day. But I think in the long run, yes, there's something really big there to the buying the close, selling the open order set. So, all right. Anybody with questions, please fire those away for me here. Hopefully everybody's getting a little something out of this. And if I missed something, I think I got everybody that had posted anything. Let me know if I missed something from someone. So going back, I know, a lot of people are looking for swing ideas here. I mean, how can I exit at high of day on a back test? Does OddsMaker allow this exit? No, OddsMaker does not allow this exit. Well, the odds maker might, David, but IB won't let you do that because there's no trigger for that. On the odds maker, let's see. Up in 15 minutes, Todd. If you can give me some reference set up in 15 minutes. And then let me hit this in the back test. How can I? So you could use the advanced exit here, but again, that's not going to transfer over. Okay, I got you, Todd. Give me 1 second. I'll circle on that one. You use the advanced exit strategy here. And you can configure it through this like that. But again, that's not going to translate over. Or you could use the profit target here and use a filter value, and you could do that here. Yes, that's correct, Todd. And I'll go over, give me 1 second to hit this here. Sorry, you could put in here and you could use position and range on the day. Or David, you could also use we have high of day price as a data point, but it has to be put in your account as a custom, and you could use that as well. But if you're not familiar with customs, you're going to need to send an email in so we could kind of walk you through some stuff and add it into your account. info@trade-ideas.com. And you could do this all in the back tester, but you can't do it in live automation if that's what you're going for. But you could send us an email there, David, about high day exit like that. And we can show you a few things through email that I can't really show you here in this because of the customs involved in it. All right. Trying to think of another workaround here. But, you know, your profit target, you could use position and range for the day, and you can go to 100 and set it at that position in. Gotta be somewhere here. The reason why you can't use it in live trading is because your broker can't calculate that. You know, it doesn't. It needs to be a set. It needs to be a set dollar number in the bracket order that goes out to your broker. Where are you, lovely filter? Somewhere in here, you're going to find position and range for the day. 10-day, 10-day, 5-day. Position and consolidation, pre-market, position range, that there. So you could use that. All right. And then you'd have to give it a value in the advanced. All right. Now on to Todd. So yeah, on any of these here, if you show it as a column, so I'll do it on this here, configure. You can show it as a dollar value or percent value. All right. So show column, and that's what it's going to be over the last 2 minutes. So I selected the 2 minute one. All right. But this is the change in the last 2 minutes. All right. Now this is based on the end of the day because this is only marked for live market hours here. All right. If I go live always, this will change things up, and we can see over the last 2 minutes, none of these have changed at all over the last 2 minutes. Let me know if that makes sense, Todd, if I'm hitting what you're looking for. And the same thing, we can look at range. If I can type, we could show any of these as a column, and it's going to tell us what that range is over that period of time. So again, I just threw range in there. Here's the 2-minute range. And so that'll work for change or range like that. Okay, perfect. Excellent, excellent. And then Viral Sports Hub. Hi, are this possible? I only have $600 to start. It's very hard to trade with a $600 account. I won't say it's impossible, but I think first off, our service at a minimum is $118 a month. Where it's $1,000 for the year on the cheapest price. We do always run some kind of discount for first year, for first month or first year subscribers. But at $600, you're kind of hard pressed. I would suggest saving up some money for a while, following along in our live traders room, in these in our free live webinars, these free sessions here, and getting yourself very well versed and educated first before trying to spend money on any trading tools. While I want everybody on the planet to subscribe to Trade Ideas, I think you'd be best off getting yourself some really good knowledge as far as markets, market mechanics, some indicators and things like that go first before investing any money into anything like this. That would be my suggestion there. And then is TI1 Pro Web real time or delayed? No, everything's in real time. Our top list, whether it's in the web or the app, are going to be 30-second refreshes. The alert windows are all in real time. Time stamped, again, whether it's the app or the web, it's a time stamped alert. At this exact second, this stock met all the metrics of the alert window. Our charts are about an 8-second refresh. Very soon they will be tick charts, where I am in the testing of the tick charts now. All of us here internally are in the tick charts. And that's that. So what we do, everything we do is real time. We have no delayed data functions within the software itself. So your biggest differences are going to be this. Number one, there's no brokerage plus interface in the web. This is where you can connect to interactive brokers, E-Trade, or our simulator. Yes, I know everybody's going to see TD Ameritrade and think it's there. No, TD Ameritrade's there, but it doesn't work yet. And when it will work, I don't know. It would help us if TD Ameritrade would work with us, but they don't want to work with us. So, they kind of slam the door in our face. So we'll continue to work on our end to make it work. So that's one difference. So you don't get this. So there's no simulated trading, no trading direct to those two brokers, no automation of any alert window that you get. Number two, the sound alerts with the web version are only a bell or a ding. There's no text to speech. You're not going to hear the alerts, shouted out to you, GLNG or PBF or, whatever that robot voice is. None of that in the web. You do not have access to the Market Explorer. That has some really great, fantastic scans in there. Here's our Market Explorer. Have all these scans, these server windows, all those scans are in our Market Explorer. So you get none of that in there, and you're limited to 5 charts at once in the web version. Those are the differences that I can think of. So unfortunately, some pretty big differences. We've really worked at trying to get the web version up. Just the coding is so much different than the software, unfortunately, so it lags behind. So those are going to be your big ones. So we're at 4:28. I'm going to start to walk us out of here. We want to test something on a shutdown of this today as well. So I always start by thanking everybody for coming in here. Super big into community here. The Trade Ideas community is what led me into trading. After getting, my butt kicked for a couple of years, just sticking around and hanging through it all. I come through the other end. Am I setting the world on fire with trading? No. But am I paying bills? Yes. That's a lot to ask for, I think, in the trading world. I think people really discount, any success in trading, what it really means, considering the fail rate in it. As I always state, I've got an agenda. My agenda here is to get everybody a Trade Idea subscriber, to get you successful Trade Idea subscribers. It doesn't help us if you subscribe and you fail at trading. You succeed at trading, hopefully word of mouth. You're spreading it to your aunts, your uncles, your cousins, your nephews, your brothers, your workmates, your racquetball team, your canoe team, whatever it is that, what Trade Ideas in the community has done for you. So I'm very big on it, and I'm very grateful to everybody that attends all of these. Please keep coming back. Please share this with, everybody. Even if you come to these streams for 6 months before you decide to subscribe, it's something similar to what I did. I attended the trading room with Barry for a long time before I subscribed. It was April of one year, the beginning of April of one year. It was July of that year before I finally subscribed to Trade Ideas. I had a lot to learn. So there's all that. Barry will be back, his usual start times tomorrow, Thursday. So you get Jamie Hodge at noon. I will be back tomorrow. Like I said, it's going to be a Zoom link. I will pop those links into areas where anybody that's around the streams can find those, register for that Zoom webinar early. Like I said, Tuesdays and Thursdays, as new subscribers that have just signed up, attend those. That format will be a little less open forum and a little more formatted in that sense. I forgot, Peter, you did ask a question here. Sorry, I'm going to hit Peter's question very, very, very quick. I think I kind of covered some of this, Peter, but real fast. Pick a chart, any chart. Teach where, show I'm interested in buying. All right, so I'm going to hit this stock I've been tracking. I'm kicking myself for not buying it earlier. We're at all-time highs here. All right, so Peter, what's going to have me interested in taking a swing position, which I may take in the next couple of days, is we're at an all-time highs here. I can see that the sellers came in, couldn't take it down yesterday, couldn't really take it down today. I know I was on a day where the market itself wasn't really up. If we can get this and get a close above this, I'm going to be interested in a position above there. And I'd probably look at a stop being somewhere down here, right? I think it has a great risk to reward ratio because my R up here has no limit. We're in blue sky. There's nothing above me for resistance. And right here, I think I'm going to bring that line down. I think this gives me a pretty good defined stop level right there. We can see the price action, ran up to it. All right. We ran up to the price action here. We came down, couldn't get us out. We were building up a higher high. All right. But I would like to see a little bit of consolidation. I don't want to, like that SWCH that I talked about, running after so many days in a row up. I'm not going to run after so many days up. So I'd like to see tomorrow and Friday get around this area. And if Monday we open around this area and there isn't some kind of violent sell-off, there's a very good chance Monday I might take a swing position in it. So to touch back there for you, Peter. So, all right. Thanks, everybody. Appreciate all that. I'm going to test something here with Barry. Barry, if you are there, if you're listening and you want to chime in.
Yeah, I'm here, Chris. I don't know if
so
you can hear me.
Yes, I
Can
can.
you hear me? Okay,
So
cool.
why don't you go ahead and end the stream on your side and see if that kicks everybody out of the stream, because I've kind of
All
walked
right.
everybody out.
Okay. What I really wanted to know is if I end the broadcast, at 3 o'clock.
You know what you do is
before
just
start.
close StreamYard.
Right. Okay. Well, I'm gonna end the broadcast.
Just click close StreamYard, actually.
Oh, okay.
Don't end the broadcast. Just click close StreamYard, and let's see if that keeps my end open.
Okay, if I could see where it says close StreamYard.
Just close the tab in your browser.
Oh, okay. Literally the tab. Okay.
Yep. Perfect. I still have the broadcast. All right. Thanks, everybody. You have a wonderful, wonderful rest of your day, and I'll catch you all back here tomorrow. Take care. Bye-bye.